Chapter 1144. Jianchen, Ruijin, and the others had already stayed in the depths of the death nest for 3 whole days. During those 3 days, they moved about in an extremely low-key manner, avoiding the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor as much as possible. They did their best to preserve their strength for the final battle. During that time, Jianchen's group came across the vengeful spirit of Gusties once again. It engaged in an intense battle with Honglian, but unfortunately, it was completely suppressed by Honglian's flames. In the end, it was chased away by Honglian's scorching godfire hairpin. Even with that being the case, Gustie's strength still amazed Ruijin and the others. If it were not for the Origin energy treasure, they would not have been able to do anything to Gustie's. They might not even have been his opponent. During those 3 days, Jianchen's group had already traversed half of the 3rd floor, but they still failed to find any traces of the Saint's fruit. However, they did find a few shattered space rings, but unfortunately, they had all been destroyed, so they did not find anything. Just as Jianchen's group passed over a small mountain, their eyes suddenly narrowed. They basically looked in the same direction at the same time. A faint, colorful light flickered in the churning black mist before them. It was extremely weak, but it was extremely dazzling in the mist. The eyes of Jianchen's group all shone brightly. They stared at the colorful light that flickered in the mist from time to time. This was the first time they had seen another type of light after coming to the death nest. Without needing anyone to call out to them, they all made their way to where the colorful light had appeared. They were all filled with caution. As they got closer, the colorful light that flashed from time to time in the black fog became brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. In the end, they finally discovered what the colorful light was. A small tree that was only as tall as a person stood there all by itself. It shone with a dazzling, 5-colored light that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. The Yin Qi and the grudges of the dead were unable to reach it, as if it had formed an independent space. There were 9 leaves on the small tree. Every single one of them shone with a hazy glow which was quite pretty. The 9 leaves seemed like 9 petals, holding a fist-sized fruit at the center. The fruit was completely red, but it shone with a rainbow light. Vaguely, a profound presence seemed to be hidden within the fruit, containing the truths of the world. The Saint's fruit. This should be the Saint's fruit. Jianchen cried out. He was extremely excited. After so many twists and turns, he had finally seen the legendary Saint's fruit in the death nest. What a wondrous fruit! It's actually growing in the death nest that's filled with Yin Qi. Blackfish also sighed in amazement. He found it rather unbelievable. The Saint's fruit seemed to be filled with holiness. Logically speaking, a fruit like that should have grown in a blessed land filled with spiritual energy, yet it had grown in the gloomy death nest. This was indeed very unbelievable, almost going against common sense. Mo Tianyun used the corpses of countless experts from ancient times to create the death nest. He used his ability to draw out the essence from the corpses to form this wondrous fruit. What a great method, Ruijin murmured. He was filled with admiration for Mo Tianyun. More accurately speaking, the Saint's fruit was created from the essence and essence blood of those experts. It was originally an extremely evil fruit, yet it seems so divine, as if it really is a saint's fruit. I understand now. Mo Tianyun really is someone with great abilities. He can actually reverse yin and yang. He's using the mysteries of how things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. He's using his supreme ability to change the world and nullify the evil energy within the saint's fruit, turning the evil fruit into a true saint's fruit. It possesses heaven-defying effects and can assist people in breaking through to the level of Holy Emperor. Honglian said as she stared at the fruit in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. Ruijin's eyes had already become golden. 2 beams of golden light shone from his eyes as he constantly scanned the surroundings. He had already used a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. Has Mo Tianyun used such a large hand to create this place of despair just to grow the saint's fruit? Ruijin softly murmured. Flames leapt about in Honglian's eyes as well. She also used a secret technique of the Phoenix clan to observe the surroundings. She gradually frowned and said, "On the surface, the death nest does seem to exist to grow the saint's fruit, but from what I've seen, the uses of the death nest are definitely not as simple as they seem." Blackfish and Jianchen also frowned when they heard what the two of them had said. They originally believed that the death nest existed to grow the saint's fruit, but only after hearing what Ruijin and Honglian had said did they understand that the death nest's existence was probably not as simple as just growing the saint's fruit. Why did Mo Tianyun create this place? What is he trying to do? And what is the deeper purpose of the death nest? Ruijin murmured. The golden light in his eyes had vanished, revealing a pair of spirited eyes. However, they were now filled with great curiosity. Honglian also stopped using her secret technique. She said, "Mo Tianyun really is worthy of being the greatest human expert in the past. I can't see through this place even with the secret technique of the Phoenix clan." The saint's fruit has gained another color. It has 6 colors now, Jianchen suddenly said. Everyone gathered their gazes on the saint's fruit once more. Indeed, they discovered that an additional color had appeared on the 9 leaves, becoming 6 colors. However, the fruit was still 7 colors. With the addition of one more color, the light from the saint's fruit became even more intense. It expanded from 1,000 meters to 1,500 meters. At the same time, it gave off a unique fragrance. With a single whiff, the minds of the 4 of them were shaken, and they felt refreshed from their souls. The fragrance from the fruit drifted into the distance, actually attracting the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in the surroundings. Very soon, several demonic figures walked over from afar, directly entering the region enveloped by the light. In the end, they all sat down 100 meters away from the fruit and began to cultivate. The multicolored light from the fruit did not harm the vengeful spirits, but after absorbing the fragrance from the fruit, their illusionary bodies became even more solid. They had benefited greatly from the fruit. The fragrance from the fruit drifted very far away, attracting many vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. Before long, more and more Holy Emperor vengeful spirits hurried over from all directions, causing more and more vengeful spirits to gather. Jianchen and the others all revealed ugly expressions. With so many Holy Emperor vengeful spirits gathered here, it would without a doubt increase the difficulty of collecting the fruit. Let's retreat and preserve our strength. It's best if we don't come into conflict with these vengeful spirits, Ruijin said to the others through a communication technique, and they immediately retreated silently. However, just when they had retreated several dozen meters, 3 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits appeared before them, blocking their path. Oh no! Jianchen's heart sank. The 3 vengeful spirits had already discovered the 5 of them, so they could not avoid them. Neither side said anything. The 3 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits attacked first. They created a great disturbance, causing the endless vile energies in the death nest to churn violently. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian went up to receive the vengeful spirits. They all drew their 3 treasures and launched thunderous attacks in an attempt to deal with the 3 vengeful spirits as quickly as possible. The 3 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits were not the opponents of Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. They dispersed several times very quickly, unable to display their strength before origin energy weapons. Ruijin and the others were not very far from the saint's fruit. Attracted by the fruit, the region had basically become where the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor gathered. The sounds of their battle alerted the other vengeful spirits very quickly, including the vengeful spirits cultivating near the fruit. Chapter 1145. Over 20 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits struck out at the same time, immediately increasing the pressure on Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian. After all, they were not just facing a few vengeful spirits this time. There were a few extremely powerful vengeful spirits among the Holy Emperor vengeful spirit. Although they were not as powerful as Gusty's, they were not far off. As a result, Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu only managed to gain a slight upper hand after being surrounded by over 20 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits, even with their 3 origin energy treasures. Jianchen and Taita also used their full strength to keep a Holy Emperor vengeful spirit busy in hopes of reducing the burden on Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. However, the two of them were nowhere near as powerful as Ruijin and Taita. They were nowhere near great perfection of the Holy Emperor, so they could only barely keep the vengeful spirits busy after using everything they had. Under the influence of the Saint's fruit, more and more Holy Emperor vengeful spirits gathered in the area. They all took part in dealing with Jianchen, and Heiyu, and Heiyu all faced greater and greater pressure. Jianchen and Taita's opponents went from 1 Holy Emperor vengeful spirit to 2 vengeful spirit. With their strength, they could barely keep a single Holy Emperor vengeful spirit busy even if they used their full strength. Now that another one had suddenly appeared, the two of them immediately fell into an extremely bad situation. They both became injured very soon. The golden light from Taita's body had almost been dispersed. The light dimmed, and an extremely pure strand of yin qi invaded his body. It rapidly devoured his life force and froze it. Jianchen's chaotic body was injured as well. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His chaotic Niden spat out strands of chaotic force to resist the yin qi that had invaded his body. That was not all. Even his soul was attacked by the grudges, causing him to feel a stabbing pain as well as a strong sense of dizziness. This was the grudges of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits. Even though Jianchen's soul was very powerful, he was unable to resist such powerful grudges of the Holy Emperor. More and more vengeful spirits gathered, reaching 50 very soon. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all became heavily surrounded as well. They were rather overwhelmed by the attacks of so many Holy Emperor vengeful spirits, so they were unable to deal with Jianchen at all. Even with that being the case, the 3 of them did their best to attract as many vengeful spirits as possible to reduce the pressure on Jianchen and Taita. Enter the artifact space. Ruijin's voice rang out from the dense, black mist formed by the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits. Jianchen hesitated when he heard that. The Saint artifact was not indestructible. Reaching great perfection of the Holy Emperor was already its limit. Although the vengeful spirits were not as powerful as before, the strength they retained was still not to be underestimated. Jianchen was uncertain whether the Saint artifact could withstand the attacks of the vengeful spirits. Bang! With a muffled sound, a Holy Emperor vengeful spirit silently appeared behind Jianchen. It directly threw a punch at Jianchen's back, sending Jianchen flying. This was the 3rd Holy Emperor vengeful spirit that Jianchen had faced. With Jianchen's current strength, he could barely deal with regular Holy Emperor vengeful spirit. 2 was his limit, and he could not last for too long. If a 3rd one appeared, he would definitely die. Jianchen vomited blood as he flew several hundred meters away. Only after smashing through several trees did he land on the ground in a horrible shape. At the same time, Taita was sent flying as well. He just happened to land near Jianchen. His golden light had dimmed and his face was pale. Golden blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Jianchen, these vengeful spirits are too powerful. We can't defeat them. Let's leave this place quickly, Taita said in a low, muffled voice. He was extremely stern. Up ahead, 4 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits rapidly approached Jianchen and Taita. 2 more Holy Emperor vengeful spirits drifted over as extremely dense yin qi and grudges. Let's go, Jianchen called out. He pulled Taita with him as he quickly ran out of the death nest. However, before they could even make it 100 meters away, they ran into 2 more Holy Emperor vengeful spirits. The 2 vengeful spirits attacked Jianchen and Taita without any hesitation, blocking their path of retreat. With this delay, the other 6 vengeful spirits caught up to Jianchen and Taita. A total of 8 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits attacked them at the same time. Now, Jianchen and Tai Ta basically had nowhere to run. They were surrounded by 8 vengeful spirits, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Tai Ta, don't resist. Let's enter the artifact space. Jianchen called out. With that, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. A 10-meter-tall golden tower appeared out of nowhere. As soon as it appeared, it sucked Jianchen and Tai Ta into the space within the tower. The 8 vengeful spirits shifted their target to the Golden Saint artifact after losing track of the 2 of them. 2 of the vengeful spirits swung their fists at the Saint artifact, while 4 other vengeful spirits shot out beams of black light condensed from yin qi and grudges. The last 2 vengeful spirits turned into dense balls of energy that wrapped around the Saint artifact. Extremely pure yin qi and grudges constantly corroded the Saint artifact. Under the control of the artifact spirit, the artifact shrank to the size of a fist. It dodged left and right in an attempt to break out of the encirclement, but unfortunately, the artifact was only a support artifact. It was strong on the inside and weak on the outside, so it was extremely weak when it came to external attacks. Apart from being extremely tough, it had no other advantages. In the end, the 8 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits trapped it firmly. It was unable to escape at all, and it was knocked far away many times. The fierce attacks on the sacred artifact from the outside had a huge impact on the inside of the sacred artifact space as well. The entire world inside shook violently. The countless demonic beasts living in the sacred artifact space were alarmed. A large swathe of black clouds appeared in the hazy white sky of the artifact space. It blotted out the sun and covered the entire world. It was the yin qi and grudges from the outside world that was invading the artifact space. Jianchen and Tai Ta stared at the black clouds with rather pale faces in the resplendent palace at the very center of the artifact space. They were stern and filled with worry. The artifact was their last line of defense. Chapter 1146. Artifact Spirit, what's the situation outside? Can you stop the attacks of the vengeful spirits? Jianchen asked. Master, the vengeful spirits outside are extremely powerful, and extremely powerful yin qi and grudges have invaded. I can stop them, but I won't be able to last for too long. The artifact spirit's stern figure appeared in the air. He had already fused with the Saint artifact, doing everything he could to control the Saint artifact's power to fend off the invading yin qi and grudges. Artifact Spirit, if you can't break out of the encirclement, try your best to get close to Ruijin and the others. Then get them to leave the death nest with the Saint artifact, Jianchen said with a heavy voice. His complexion was very ugly. The danger of the death nest had completely exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that even with Ruijin and the others, they would still end up in such a dangerous situation. The Saint artifact obeyed the order and immediately began to move toward Ruijin and the others. However, the situation was extremely horrible. The Saint artifact was knocked away time and time again by the vengeful spirits. It was unable to get close to Ruijin and the others at all. At the same time, the 2 vengeful spirits that had turned into mist tightly surrounded the Saint artifact. Extremely pure yin qi and grudges constantly invaded the Saint artifact. On the other side, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian were surrounded by many vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. The battle that had taken place there could be described as devastating. If it were not for the fact that the death nest was surrounded by formations, the entire region probably would have collapsed and space would have shattered. The number of vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor that surrounded Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu had already reached over 80. Countless vengeful spirits gathered together, causing yin qi and grudges to fill the area. It was as if the place had become a region of ghosts, and the number was still rapidly increasing. If it were any other day, it would have been impossible for so many vengeful spirits to gather in one place, but today just happened to be the day when the saint's fruit was about to ripen. The fragrance from the fruit was fatally attractive to the vengeful spirits, So basically all the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in the third zone had been drawn over. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all possessed origin energy treasures that protected their bodies and souls, preventing them from being affected by the vile energies. As a result, they were able to survive even after being surrounded. If it were any other expert in such dire straits, even a true holy emperor like him would be forced to flee. However, being surrounded by so many wraiths made it difficult for Ruijin and the other two to escape. Honglian, help me open up a passageway. I'll go get the sacred artifact. The sacred artifact is in a very bad situation, Ruijin called out. Although he was busy dealing with several dozen vengeful spirits, he had always been paying attention to the situation with Jianshan and the others. He just did not have the ability to worry about them. Honglian wore a feathery robe that seemed to be woven from feathers as a layer of white flames burned around her. She used her origin energy treasure, the scorching godfire hairpin, to deal with the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. Her flames were the bane of these evil beings. Although they were very harmful to the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits, they were unkillable existences. They would only disperse once all the vile energies within them were exhausted. As a result, Honglian struggled to escape after being surrounded by several dozen vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. In terms of individual strength, the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor were nowhere near as powerful as living Holy Emperors. However, from another perspective, they were even more terrifying than living Holy Emperors because they were very difficult to kill. At this moment, Honglian seemed to have become a goddess of fire. Flames surged around her, making her seem extraordinarily mighty. Suddenly, she let out a clear cry at the sky. It was not the voice of a human, but the cry of a phoenix. It rang through the sky. Honglian turned into a phoenix bathed in white flames in the blink of an eye. The thumb-sized bead hovered above her head, shining with a hazy light that protected her soul. At the same time, the 9 refined godfire feathers changed shape with Honglian. They remained as a feathery robe that wrapped tightly around the phoenix's 10-meter-long body. The phoenix flapped her wings and endless flames immediately surged out, burning the surrounding plants to ashes. The countless vengeful spirits in the surroundings were temporarily forced back. The scorching godfire hairpin burned with endless white flames. Under Honglian's control, it shot out as a streak of white light, shattering several vengeful spirits in a straight line. However, the vengeful spirits reassembled very soon. At the same time, a golden sword chi shot over from the side. Before the vengeful spirits that had been shattered by the scorching godfire heavenly hairpin could fully reform, they were slashed to pieces by the sword chi once more, creating a passageway to the outside. Afterwards, Ruijin charged out of the tunnel with the sacred dragon's sword. As he charged out, 2 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits struck Ruijin's back with their palms, causing him to jerk violently. Fortunately, he was uninjured due to the protection of the origin energy treasure. Without any hesitation, he immediately shot toward the saint artifact as a streak of golden light. The Holy Emperor vengeful spirits were currently throwing the saint artifact around. Although the vengeful spirits were no longer as powerful as they were when they were alive, they were still emperors. They were extremely powerful, enough to threaten the saint artifact. After enduring the attacks from the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits, the saint artifact's golden light had dimmed. Even the shape of the tower had changed slightly. The situation within the artifact's space was even worse. The hazy white sky had already darkened, allowing the artifact's space to welcome its first night in over 1,000,000 years. All the Class 7 magical beasts there stared at the sky in fear, as if they were welcoming the end of the world. The artifact's spirit had already used its full strength. It mobilized the power of the entire artifact's space to fend off the invading vengeful spirits. The two sides were engaged in a battle of attrition. It was a contest of attrition. The origin energy of radiant saint force is the bane of the vengeful spirits. It can purify them, but it's a pity that the vengeful spirits are Class 9, while the origin energy I control can only reach Class 8. The artifact spirit's voice rang out. It was filled with resentment. It was the bane of the vengeful spirits, yet it was being suppressed by the enemy. It was extremely sullen. Although the artifact spirit was an expert at the same level as the Holy Emperor in the artifact space, it was only an ordinary Holy Emperor. It was nowhere near the peak. Coupled with the fact that the invading vengeful spirits were being attacked by two of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits at the same time, and the fierce attacks from several of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits outside, it was forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, Ruijin arrived just in time. The sacred dragon's sword shone brightly as it possessed shocking might. He swung out a few times and dispersed the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits that were attacking the artifact. Afterward, he rushed into the black mist formed by the two vengeful spirits and grabbed the artifact that was in danger. As soon as Ruijin obtained the artifact, the vengeful spirits he had dispersed condensed once more. They all charged toward Ruijin. Further away, the several dozen vengeful spirits that had attacked Ruijin earlier hurried over as well. They surrounded Ruijin once more. In the distance, a few huge demonic figures appeared. They were all over 10 meters tall and were surrounded by a surging aura of vengeful spirits. One of them was the greatest emperor of ancient times, Gusties. The vengeful spirits around him were also very powerful. They were not as powerful as Gusties, but they were not much weaker. Chapter 1147. Suddenly Gusties and the towering vengeful spirits around him struck out. They charged toward Ruijin as black blurs and swung their fists at Ruijin. Their attacks were sharp and every single punch was heavy, enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Ruijin placed the Saint artifact in his origin energy armor and used the origin energy to form a barrier to stop the invasion of the vile energies. Afterwards, he used his full strength to deal with the vengeful spirits. In a one-on-one, none of the vengeful spirits were Ruijin's opponent. Even if several of the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor worked together, they would not be able to do anything to Ruijin. However, there were 20 or 30 vengeful spirits attacking Ruijin at the same time. There were just too many of them, so even Ruijin struggled to fend them off. In particular, with the addition of Gusties and the others, the pressure that Ruijin faced suddenly increased. Not long after the battle began, a few black pillars of light condensed from vile energies struck Ruijin. The powerful impact forced Ruijin to constantly retreat as his feet left 2 deep marks in the ground. Before Ruijin could stabilize himself, Gusties had silently caught up to Ruijin. He directly threw a thunderous punch at Ruijin's chest. The punch tore through the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. All the vile energies in the surroundings gathered wildly, causing the punch to become infinitely more powerful. Bang! With a great boom, Ruijin was blown away by Gusties' punch. He flew over 1,000 meters before landing beside Honglian in the end. Honglian remained in her phoenix form. She flapped her wings and unleashed a sea of fire that enveloped the surrounding region. Countless vengeful spirits flickered in and out of the pure white flames. Even though the flames were very harmful to them, they were still fearless. They reappeared in the sea of fire and launched a barrage of attacks at Honglian. However, they were all blocked by the origin energy treasure, the 9 refined godfire feathers. Ruijin stood up from the ground. Although he seemed to be in an extremely horrible shape, he was not injured at all. The Holy Emperor struggled to get through the origin energy treasure, so the 3 of them were undefeatable against the Holy Emperor with the armor he wore. There are more and more vengeful spirits here, and they possess a huge advantage here. Once we run out of energy, we won't be able to replenish it here. We can't keep fighting them like this, or it'll be very bad for us, Jian said with a deep voice. Ruijin said with a deep voice. His armor shone with a hazy light, protecting him from the flames. However, the terrifyingly high temperature was still very uncomfortable. There are over 100 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits here right now. They've basically formed an unbreakable cage around us. Even if we use our origin energy treasures, it'll be very difficult for us to break out, the scorching phoenix said in the human tongue. Her voice was extremely stern. The light in Ruijin's eyes flickered. He said, Honglian, perhaps I have an idea. Let's charge over and meet up with Blackfish right now. Then, you and Blackfish can work together to stop the vengeful spirits and buy me time. I'll use the secret technique of the dragon race to create a miniature world. We can hide in there and break free from the vengeful spirit. Ruijin, are you sure that'll work? Honglian asked. It's a supreme secret technique of my dragon race. Even in ancient times, it was one of the top techniques. It shouldn't be a problem for me to use it to get rid of these vengeful spirits. Given how the situation has developed, even if it doesn't work, we still have to try, Ruijin said. Honglian stared at Ruijin for a while before working together with Ruijin to kill the vengeful spirits in their way. They directly approached Blackfish. Over a dozen Holy Emperor vengeful spirits were shattered by their sacred dragon's sword and scorching godfire hairpin. However, they reformed very quickly and continued to charge at Ruijin and Honglian fearlessly. At the same time, Gustis and the powerful Holy Emperor vengeful spirits of the Berserkers took action as well, making it difficult for Ruijin and Honglian to advance. They were surrounded by enemies from all sides. Whenever they advanced a little, a powerful attack from the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits would land on them. Although they were unable to injure them, the terrifying force of impact forced them to constantly retreat. Ruijin and Honglian finally arrived by He Yu's side after expending a tremendous amount of effort. The three of them who had been scattered by the vengeful spirits gathered together once more. I'll use the supreme secret technique of the Dragon Clan. The two of you block them for me. Ruijin yelled out before putting away the sacred dragon's sword. His body shone with dazzling golden light, and a dense layer of golden scales appeared on the surface of his body, covering every inch of his body. Even his face was no exception. Ruijin formed a seal with his hands as he chanted in a complicated and incomprehensible ancient dragon language. It sounded like the chanting of Sanskrit, spreading through the surroundings with a mysterious energy. Soon after, strands of golden inscriptions drifted out from Ruijin's scales and condensed in front of his chest. Universe of feathers, 9 refined godfire feather wings. Transform. Honglian also cried out. She raised her phoenix head high and let out a long phoenix cry. The 9 refined godfire feather wings that enveloped her immediately disintegrated, turning into red feathers that filled the air. Every single feather became several dozen meters long as they radiated with scorching white flames. The presence of origin energy flowed through them, bringing with it an indescribable presence. The countless feathers formed a huge barrier that enveloped a radius of 100 meters, keeping all the vengeful spirits outside. These feathers were the fate feathers of the Phoenix clan. Every single member of the Phoenix clan would only possess a single feather in their entire life. They were left behind by their ancestors when they were nearing the end of their lifespans. Every single feather belonged to a Class 9 Divine Phoenix, possessing unfathomable power. The feather created from the fate feathers of so many ancestors of the Phoenix clan was extremely powerful in the first place. Coupled with the fact that it had already transformed into an origin energy treasure, its grade had reached a whole new level. Even the Holy Emperor was unable to break through it. As a result, Honglian used a secret technique of the Phoenix clan to disintegrate the 9 refined godfire feather wings into a huge barrier, which actually temporarily blocked the attacks of the vengeful spirits outside. Booms constantly rang out outside. Countless vengeful spirits were currently engulfed in flames. They endured the consequences of their weakened strength as they furiously attacked the 9 refined godfire feather wings. They had no consciousness, so they did not know pain, let alone death. As a result, every single one of them behaved extremely valiantly. Under the attacks of so many Holy Emperor vengeful spirits, The huge barrier of flames from the 9 refined godfire feather wings trembled violently. If it were not for the fact that it was an origin energy treasure, it probably would have shattered long ago. After all, it was not enduring the attacks of 1 or 2 holy emperor, but over 100 of them. If any other divine hall had to endure such a ferocious attack, it probably would have shattered in a single moment. The scorching divine phoenix hovered in the air. Her wings were wide open as endless white flames surged out, surging into the huge feathers of the 9 refined godfire feather. She was using her full strength to activate the origin treasure. Black Fish stood beside Honglian sternly as he wielded his origin energy weapon. He glanced around sharply as he focused on protecting Honglian. Now that all the vengeful spirits had been blocked by Honglian's origin energy treasure, Black Fish had lost his opponent as well. There was nothing he could do right now. Although he also possessed origin energy treasures, he could not use them as effectively as Honglian could. Honglian and Ruijin's origin energy treasures were the legacy treasures of their clans. At the same time, their legacy memories clearly recorded the various secret techniques and uses to activate the origin energy treasures. However, Black Fish did not possess such knowledge. Ruijin's secret technique of the Dragon Clan had already reached its end. Golden inscriptions emerged from his scales, condensing before his chest. The space around him pulsed in an extremely unstable manner. The barrier of flames from the 9 refined godfire feather wings trembled more and more violently. Its range had shrunk from the initial 100 meters to 50, and it showed signs of collapsing. Honglian trembled violently. Blocking the attacks of so many holy emperor vengeful spirits all by herself was extremely difficult for her. Chapter 1148. Honglian, you have to hold on. Ruijin's secret technique of the Dragon Clan will be complete very soon. Black Fish encouraged Honglian as he stood beside her. He was rather worried as well, but there was nothing he could do to help. He was only a mutated crocodile. Although he possessed the battle prowess of beasts of antiquity, he did not possess a bloodline legacy, so he obviously did not possess any legacy secret technique. Honglian trembled more and more. She could not last much longer. More and more holy emperor vengeful spirits attacked the 9 refined godfire feather. There were almost 150 of them, and many more vengeful spirits could be seen in the distance. They had all been drawn over by the saint's fruit. However, without any exception, all the vengeful spirits of the holy emperor that had hurried over from all directions discovered the situation. They all joined in the attack on Honglian's group. This was their instinct. Boom! With a great rumble, a feather was sent flying. A gap immediately appeared in Honglian's world of feathers. Gustis and a few other holy emperor vengeful spirits that were as tall as him appeared in the gap. They allowed the endless white flames to burn them. With a flash, Black Fish vanished from Honglian's side. He immediately went over to block the gap and began fighting against Gustis and the others with his origin energy weapon. He did everything he could to keep them outside. At this moment, another loud sound rang out. The second feather was also sent flying, causing a second gap to appear in the protective barrier formed by the universe of feathers. Honglian produced a loud phoenix's cry. She controlled the scorching godfire hairpin with her mind and sent it flying over with flames. She used the origin energy treasure to block the gap. The pressure they faced was increasing. Not only was maintaining the world of feathers very taxing on Honglian, but the number of vengeful spirits outside was rapidly increasing as well. Not long after, a third loud sound rang out. Another phoenix feather was sent flying, and a third gap appeared. Black Fish and Honglian's expressions became extremely ugly. They had already used everything they had. They no longer had the energy to block the third gap. However, at this moment, the Golden Saint artifact flew out from Ruijin. With a shower of golden light, Jianchen and Tai Ta silently appeared there. Without any hesitation, they immediately charged toward the third gap. The two of them worked together to block the third gap. Jianshan pushed the defenses of his chaotic body to the limit. Even Tai Ta was enveloped by a layer of dense, golden light, blocking the terrifying waves of heat in the surroundings. The two of them were unscathed now. Their wounds from before had all been healed in the artifact space, so they had returned to their peak. However, even with that being the case, it was still extremely difficult for the two of them to block the gap with their strength. They were both injured very soon. A few seconds later, a fourth gap appeared in the world of feathers. Immediately, several vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor charged in, lunging toward Ruijin and Honglian. The scorching godfire hairpin that had blocked the first gap flew back as a white streak of light. It passed through the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor with lightning speed, scattering them. However, they reformed in the next moment. With the scorching godfire hairpin gone, the first gap immediately lost its protection. The vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor outside began to charge in. Jianshan, Tai Ta, Honglian, and Blackfish all revealed different expressions. However, at this moment, a dazzling golden light illuminated the sky, dyeing the entire death nest golden. The surrounding space shook violently as spatial force shook up the surroundings, throwing the surroundings into chaos. The miniature world has been formed. Everyone, hurry up and enter. At the same time, Ruijin's voice rang out in the ears of Jianshan and the others. A 3-meter-tall door stood before Ruijin. It shone with dazzling golden light, making it impossible to see what was inside. Jianshan, Tai Ta, and Blackfish rejoiced. As if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw in their despair, they all abandoned the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor and charged into the golden door as quickly as they could. Honglian also returned to her human form. Her face was pale and filled with exhaustion. With a flash, she entered the golden door. With a wave of her hand, the countless feathers that formed the world of feathers immediately collapsed, turning into red feathers that flew toward Honglian. In the end, they reformed into a complete set of 9 refined godfire feathers on Honglian. Without the obstruction of the world of feathers, the vengeful spirits immediately surged over from all directions. They all charged towards the golden door, but as soon as they approached it, the golden door suddenly vanished without a trace. Bang! Bang! A series of collisions rang out as the bodies of the vengeful spirits collided with each other. Among them, there were even 2 vengeful spirits that were smashed into pieces, turning into black mist. However, they quickly reformed in an instant. With the disappearance of the golden door, the path of death returned to its usual silence. After losing their target, the vengeful spirits rapidly calmed down. They did not fight, and instead, they acted like nothing had happened. They silently made their way toward the saint's fruit before sitting around it and meditating. They absorbed the fragrance from the fruit and reformed their bodies. This was a golden world. As far as the eye could see, it was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew. There were no signs of life at all. Ruiji, Honglian, Blackfish, Jianshan, and Tai Ta all sat on the ground. They were rather exhausted, Honglian in particular. Her face was pale while Jianshan and Tai Ta's situation was not good either. They had just recovered from their wounds, but they were heavily injured once more. We've finally broken free from those annoying things. Ruijin, will those damned vengeful spirits find us if we hide here? Blackfish let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he became rather worried. Ruijin shook his head. This is a miniature world I created using a supreme secret technique of the Dragon Clan. It's equivalent to creating another space. Even those with great mastery over the mysteries of space will struggle to sense it, let alone those vengeful spirits. Don't worry, we'll be absolutely safe here. It's just that using this secret technique will consume a lot of energy. Blackfish finally stopped worrying. He said, "That's good then. I underestimated these vengeful spirits far too much. I never thought that they would be so difficult to deal with when so many of them gathered together, forcing the 3 of us into such a horrible state. Although the vengeful spirits are nowhere near as strong as when they were alive, They're even more terrifying than the Holy Emperor in a certain aspect. If the Holy Emperor was struck by our origin energy weapons, he would definitely become heavily injured and his strength would plummet. However, the vengeful spirits won't suffer the same fate. They're basically unkillable existences, Honglian added. Alright, let's not talk about that right now. Let's use this time to properly recover. Then, we'll properly discuss how to deal with the situation, Ruijin said. Afterwards, Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, and Taita all recovered the energy they had consumed. They needed to maintain their peak condition here, or it would be impossible for them to recover once they were outside. Jianchen sat on the ground and silently healed as well. The intense battle earlier had not depleted much of their chaotic force. Every single strand of chaotic force in the third layer was condensed from tremendous amounts of energy of the world, so it was extremely slow to deplete under normal circumstances. At the same time, his chaotic force could not be recovered just because he wanted to, because he needed to prepare a large amount of energy to refine it. 7 days later, they all recovered to their peak condition. Ruijin used a secret technique of the Dragon Clan to condense a droplet of dragon blood into a mirror. The mirror clearly reflected the saint's fruit and the situation in the surroundings. The saint's fruit remained the same as it had been a few days ago, but the surroundings were filled with vengeful spirits. They were all at the level of the Holy Emperor, and there were no less than 500 of them. There were humans, 100 races, and magical beasts. All of them felt their scalps tingle at the sight. Chapter 1149. Ruijin stared at the vengeful spirits with mixed feelings. He said with a deep voice, "The ancient times were prosperous. The Holy Emperor of that time definitely had more experts than the current Holy Emperor. The vengeful spirits we've seen are only a portion of those that died in battle. I believe there's still a very large portion of the corpses that have yet to be collected by Mo Tianyun." Jianchen nodded silently. He knew that Ruijin and Honglian knew no less than the Protector clan about the situation of the ancient times because they possessed complete memories. There are so many vengeful spirits outside right now. Once the saint's fruit ripens, how are we supposed to collect it, and how are we supposed to leave once we collect it? Honglian furrowed her brows. Everyone immediately fell silent with that question. They all began to think of a way to escape. There were just far too many vengeful spirits outside. Once they were surrounded, even Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu would struggle to charge out. They could only protect themselves temporarily, and once they ran out of energy, they would be in extreme danger. The Death Nest seems to be a world of its own. Space cannot be ripped open, so we can't use space gates to leave, said Blackfish. Taita glanced past everyone and hesitated. A while later, he said, "I might have a way to leave." Jianchen, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish immediately looked at Taita with that. They dared not underestimate this person who possessed the memories of the war god. "Taita, do you have a way to escape from the vengeful spirits?" Jianchen immediately asked. Taita scratched his head in a simple manner and said in a low, muffled voice, "I have the mysteries of war, so I can break through the shackles of space and travel through other dimensions. I can go anywhere I want. I've thought about it carefully, and I should be able to leave this place. However, when I use the profound meaning of war, I am the only one who can leave. I cannot bring anyone else with me. However, if all of you enter the sacred artifact, I believe I can bring the sacred artifact with me." The Death Nest is practically a world of its own. It's somewhat different from the outside world. Are you sure you can successfully execute your mysteries of war here? Blackfish asked. Well, Taita scratched his head and thought hard for a while. Then, he said in an uncertain tone, "My war profound seems to be very powerful. It can break through any spatial barrier. It shouldn't be a problem. Since you can't be sure, then we definitely can't return. If we get surrounded by those vengeful spirits again, we probably won't even have the time to create our own small world. After all, there are more vengeful spirits out there than before, Honglian said expressionlessly. It doesn't matter if it works or not, but it's at least an opportunity. If we really come to a dead end, let's let Tai Ta try. However, for safety reasons, we need to make even more arrangements. Honglian, we can only rely on the two of us to cast down the supreme killing formations, Ruijin said. Honglian frowned slightly. My Phoenix clan has 3 great killing formations. In ancient times, they could kill experts like the Holy Emperor. Although I have the method to cast down these formations in my inherited memories, they require far too many materials. Where are we going to find them? Ruijin looked at Jianchen and said, Jianchen, you've collected quite a few space rings from experts in the past few years. I think there should be some materials in there that can be used to cast down formations. Jianchen took out a space ring without any hesitation. All the space rings I've collected recently are in here. I hope there's something useful in there. With that, Jianchen directly tossed the space ring to Ruijin. The space ring contained several dozen space rings, all of which he had collected in the past few years. He had checked through all the items in there. He had taken out some of the valuable items and tossed them to the flame mercenaries. The rest were miscellaneous items, many of which he had no idea what their uses were. Ruijin and Honglian immediately began to look through the content. It took them 2 days to clear out the space rings, and they really did find quite a few materials that could be used to set up formations. Behind the 2 of them, there were all sorts of treasures that could be used to set up formations. Behind them, the materials had already piled up into a small mountain. These materials are enough for us to cast down killing formations, but since we're missing a few crucial materials, we can only use other materials to replace them. It'll still work, but the killing formations won't be as powerful as they should be, Ruijin murmured to himself as he stared at the pile of various materials behind him. Afterward, Ruijin and Honglian both entered seclusion. They took the materials with them to cast down the formations. Since the 2 of them possessed inherited memories, they knew every step of the formation extremely well. Jianchen, Tai Ta, and Blackfish temporarily had nothing to do. In the following period of time, the 3 of them observed the situation outside through Ruijin's secret technique using a droplet of dragon blood. They wanted to prevent any unexpected changes from happening. A month passed very quickly. Ruijin and Honglian spent an entire month to cast down the formations. After that, they sat in front of the mirror with Jianchen and Tai Ta as they observed the situation outside. They quietly waited for the saint's fruit to ripen. Unknowingly, they had already spent 3 months in the miniature world. During those 3 months, Ruijin basically needed to replenish the miniature world with energy every other month to maintain its operation. Now, the saint's fruit had changed from 7 colors to 8 colors, while the 9 leaves had changed from 6 to 7 colors. They shone with an even more dazzling light, and the range they covered had increased once again. Everyone knew that the saint's fruit was one step closer to ripening when they saw this. It had reached a critical juncture. Very soon, another 2 months passed. The saint's fruit had changed from 8 colors to 9 colors. The light dispersed the vile energies, creating a pure land in the death nest. It seemed like a paradise. Another month passed and the 9 leaves had changed from 7 to 8 colors. However, just when the 8 colors formed, an extremely bright light suddenly erupted. The 9 leaves and the saint's fruit seemed to have become miniature suns, shining with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. The entire death nest was enveloped in a dreamy light. Vast amounts of essence flowed from the 9 leaves into the saint's fruit through the roots. At the same time, vast amounts of essence surged out from the scarlet ground of the death nest, pouring into the small tree that had formed the saint's fruit. Chapter 1150. The saint's fruit shone with a resplendent light. The 9 colors seemed to represent all the colors in the world. Strands of essence constantly surged into the small tree that grew the saint's fruit from the scarlet ground that seemed to have been soaked in blood. They were first absorbed by the 9 leaves before being converted into even purer essence that flowed into the saint's fruit, causing the fruit to shine even brighter, even more dazzling, and even more resplendent. The energy within the saint's fruit rapidly increased as the profound presence it gave off became even more powerful. This was a profound truth of the world, several times more powerful than what the Holy Emperor had grasped at great perfection. An extremely heavy fragrance radiated from the saint's fruit. The fragrance was absorbed by the densely packed vengeful spirits in the surroundings, condensing into their bodies. All the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor benefited greatly. Rumble! Suddenly, a muffled sound of thunder came from the sky. Thick lightning snakes flashed in the thick dark clouds in the sky like dancing dragons. Every time they flashed, they brought with them a strong light that illuminated the whole world. The clouds pressed down even lower. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation has always been a legend among our dragon clan. Even in ancient times, no one has ever seen it. I originally thought that it was something made up, but I never thought that it actually existed. Ruijin, who was hiding in a small world, saw the situation in the sky through a water mirror and immediately cried out in alarm. In the legends of our Phoenix clan, the heavenly tribulation represents destruction. Anything that can trigger the heavenly tribulation should not exist in the world, which is why the heavenly tribulation will descend to destroy it. The legends say that the heavenly tribulation is extremely powerful. I just wonder if the saint's fruit can survive this tribulation, Honglian said as well. She was extremely stern. It really is worthy of being the saint's fruit that can allow someone to become a holy emperor. It really is heaven-defying, to actually provoke a heavenly tribulation. Mo Tianyun sure is resourceful to be able to cultivate something so heaven-defying, Blackfish sighed emotionally. He felt more and more admiration for Mo Tianyun. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of thunder. At this moment, the entire sky turned snow-white. A huge lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck down at lightning speed. However, when the bolt of lightning reached 1,000 meters above the fruit, a formation hidden in space suddenly appeared. When the bolt of lightning struck the formation, it was actually unable to pass through it and land on the fruit. However, a mysterious power appeared on the formation after withstanding the lightning strike. It then channeled the power into the saint's fruit. Immediately, the saint's fruit began to shine brightly. The truths of the world were even more intense than before, spreading through the entire death nest. It affected the entire region, filling it with a strange presence. Even the spatial force and world force outside the death nest were affected, pulsing in an extremely unstable manner. This formation must have been cast down by Mo Tianyun. His goal is to help the saint's fruit survive the heavenly tribulation. He made the appropriate arrangements in the past, Ruijin murmured as he stared at the formation in the sky. Boom! The second bolt of lightning fell with a deafening boom. It struck the saint's fruit again, but the result was the same as before. It was blocked by the formation, leaving behind a mysterious power before silently vanishing. In the end, it was channeled into the saint's fruit. The mysterious power was condensed from the supreme mysteries of the world. After absorbing the mysteries of the world from the heavenly tribulation, the saint's fruit shone brighter and brighter. The power within it grew stronger and stronger as well. Under the assistance of the heavenly tribulation, it rapidly matured and strengthened. As the bolts of lightning constantly fell, the saint's fruit absorbed more and more mysteries of the world from the tribulation lightning. At that moment it seemed to have become a miniature sun, shining with dazzling, nine-colored light. It dyed the entire death nest into a dreamlike world. Moreover, the nine-colored light was not limited to the death nest. The light broke through the formation of the death nest and spread to the world outside, enveloping the entire region. Even the scorching sun in the sky lost its former brilliance. The supreme mysteries of the world violently pulsed. It passed through space and basically filled the entire Tianyuan continent. At that moment, all the experts who had reached the level of Holy Emperor on the Tianyuan continent could clearly sense the powerful pulses of the mysteries of the world, causing all of them to pale. In an independent region of space on the Tianyuan continent, where the Pure Heart Pavilion resided, the Pavilion Master, Wu Chun, currently sat in a secret room with a white-robed, burly, middle-aged man. Changyang Hu, it's been so many years. Are you still unable to let it go? If you can't sever your obsession with the world of mortals, how will you reach the highest level of great liberation? Changyang Hu, the world of mortals is like a dream. In the past, you only lived in a dream. It's time for you to break free from this dream, the Pavilion Master sincerely said. She was filled with helplessness. Changyang Hu's eyes became rather lost, but they soon brightened up. He gently shook his head and said, "No, the world of mortals is not a dream. It's real. I didn't live in a dream in the past either. I lived in a real world. Pavilion Master, it's very difficult for me to sever my obsession with the world of mortals and abandon my family and friends." Sigh. The Pavilion Master deeply sighed. Just when she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Her indifferent gaze sharpened at that moment. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space and peer into the distance. She cried out, "What powerful pulses of the mysteries of the world! They've definitely surpassed the Holy Emperor at great perfection. Has a new Holy Emperor appeared on the Tianyuan continent? Just who is he?" The birth of a Saint Emperor was extremely important to the Tianyuan continent. Even the Pavilion Master of the Pure Heart Pavilion struggled to remain calm. Chapter 1151. Every moment, the Saint's Fruit will allow a Holy Emperor to become a Holy Emperor. Now that the Saint's Fruit has reappeared, it looks like another Holy Emperor will appear on the Tianyuan continent before long. This is a blessing for the Tianyuan continent, Wu Chun murmured to herself before looking back at Changyang Hu. She said, "Changyang Hu, just stay here and have some peace and quiet. I really do hope that you can sever your ties with the world of mortals as soon as possible and break free from the shackles of the world of mortals." With that, the Pavilion Master made her way outside. Changyang Hu seemed to be struggling, but it would be replaced by confusion at times. He seemed to be at a loss for what to do, as if he had lost his direction, unable to find his path. Suddenly, Changyang Hu looked at the Pavilion Master, who was about to disappear from the secret room. He said, "Pavilion Master, I want to go home and take a look." "Changyang Hu, are you worried about your family?" The Pavilion Master paused and asked without looking back. "It's already been many years since I've been home. I wonder how my family is doing right now. There's also my brother, sister, and the others." Changyang Hu revealed an extremely rare sliver of longing. "Your worries are unnecessary. Changyang Prefecture is like the midday sun right now, and your brother has become a peak expert renowned across the continent," the Pavilion Master gently sighed. "But I still want to go back and take a look. I want to see my mother," said Changyang Hu. The Pavilion Master fell silent for a while before saying, "Go back. Experience the world of mortals once more. It might be of some help to you." Changyang Hu immediately left the pavilion. The Pavilion Master did not let Changyang Hu directly return through a space gate. Instead, she let him travel alone from Changyang Prefecture, crossing the great distance to return to the kingdom of Jessen with his own abilities. After Changyang Hu left, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance arrived before the Pavilion Master. He clasped his hands and said, "Pavilion Master, this place is very far from the kingdom of Jessen. Changyang Hu will definitely encounter some difficulties along the way. Wuxin, secretly protect Changyang Hu. Only act when his life is in danger," said the Pavilion Master. "Yes, Pavilion Master." With a single movement, Wuxin suddenly vanished. He had already pursued Changyang Hu with great speed. The Pavilion Master of the Pure Heart Pavilion returned to the simple and crude meeting hall. It was already filled with people, and all of them were important figures of the Pure Heart Pavilion. Pavilion Master, the saint's fruit that only appears once every 40,000 years has already ripened. How should we deal with it? Should we take part in the competition? A white-haired old man stood up and asked the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master, Wu Chun, sat on an extremely archaic cushion. She calmly said, "The Pure Heart Pavilion cultivates the Pure Heart Mantra, so we must achieve a state of mind that is pure of desires. We cannot allow external matters to cloud our minds." According to the records, when the saint's fruit appeared on the Tianyuan continent in the past, our Pure Heart Pavilion did not take part in the competition. At most, a few seniors would enter the death nest with a few experts to study its mysteries. This time we still won't take part. At the same time, in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of the Tyrant's Blade School, a huge heavenly blade soared through the air. It hovered 3 meters above the ground, emitting a layer of dazzling light. On Skyblade, a muscular, middle-aged man in tight clothes sat cross-legged on the hilt of Skyblade. Streams of incomparably pure energy flowed out from Skyblade before being sucked in by the muscular, middle-aged man like a whale sucking in water. He was the ancestor of the Tyrant's Blade School, Gui Haidao. He was currently absorbing the energy within the Emperor armament to cultivate. Over 100 Emperor armaments had fused with the God artifact over the years, so the energy gathered within had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the Holy Emperor at great perfection would struggle to control it and would suffer an extremely powerful backlash. However, as the true master of the Emperor armament, Guihai Idao could control the Emperor armament like an extension of his arm, even though he was not as powerful as the Holy Emperor at great perfection. Suddenly, Guihai Idao's eyes snapped open. Immediately, 2 terrifying streaks of light shot out from his eyes. They pierced through space, causing the space before him to shatter, reducing it to chaos. However, the scene within the death nest clearly appeared in the chaotic space. The space constantly twisted, making it difficult to discern what was going on. However, there were powerful 9-colored lights that flickered. "What's this?" Guihai Idao's expression changed. He struggled to remain composed. Only a while later did he sigh in amazement. What a powerful formation! What heaven-defying methods! Who cast this down? A few figures flew over with lightning-like speed. Guihai Idao's gaze returned to normal, and the space he had pierced through returned to normal as well. The people who had come were the great elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. They knelt down outside the forbidden grounds with great respect. One of them politely said, "Ancestor, the saint's fruit that only appears once every 40,000 years has ripened. Please allow us to leave the mountain and head to the death nest to obtain the saint's fruit so that you can recover your cultivation as the Holy Emperor." The saint's fruit? What's that? Guihai Idao was rather curious. He did not belong to the same generation as Emo Tianyun, and he had just returned to the Protector clan, so he obviously did not know much about what had happened to Emo Tianyun in the past. The great elders of the Tyrant's Blade School explained the matter of the saint's fruit in detail, but Guihai Idao did not rejoice at all when he heard that the fruit could allow someone to become a holy emperor. He seemed extremely nonchalant. "I have no need for the saint's fruit, but it'll be of some use to you. You can go." The great elders rejoiced. They could tell that their ancestor did not need the saint's fruit to become a holy emperor from what Guihai Idao had said, so they were obviously overjoyed. The great elders all left the Tyrant's Blade School. Guihai Idao left the forbidden grounds as well, entering the library of the Tyrant's Blade School by himself. He carefully read through the records regarding Emo Tianyun and the Death Nest. At the same time, the experts from the Changyang Prefecture, the Moyuan clan, the Yangji Zong, the Shunshao sect, the Patian sect, the Yuan sect, the Heaven's Incense School, and the Heartless School all left. They directly ripped open space gates and hurried to the Death Nest. Aside from them, the supreme experts of Mercenary City moved as well. Tianjian was not the only great perfection expert of the Holy Emperor. There were a few other old men who had always lived in seclusion in Mercenary City and had only appeared during the invasion of the 100 races. They were about to reach the end of their lifespans, so they all wanted to use the Saint's Fruit to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. A few ancient clans with great heritages had records regarding the Saint's Fruit as well. All the Holy Emperor experts in their clans hurried over. Chapter 1152. Within the courtyard of the Holy Emperor's Kingdom of God, the only Holy Emperor of the Tsar family, Tsar Femur, stood in a spacious courtyard as he gazed into the distance. He was surprised and doubtful. Has someone on the Tian-Yuan continent broken through to the level of a Holy Emperor? No, it doesn't seem like it. Although the mysteries of the world seem to have been created by a Holy Emperor, it's completely different from the records, Tsar Femur murmured. However, he seemed to think of something and his face suddenly changed. He cried out, "I remember now. It's the Saint's Fruit. It's a fruit that only appears once every 40,000 years according to the records. It's said that the fruit can allow a Holy Emperor to break through to the level of a Holy Emperor." Tsar Femur's breathing became ragged. It was very difficult to become a Holy Emperor on the Tian-Yuan continent now. Many people were stuck at great perfection, unable to take another step forward for the rest of their lives. As a result, the level of a Holy Emperor was an extremely great temptation to all Holy Emperors. It was enough to make many experts who stood at the apex of the continent fight to the death. But in the next moment, Tsar Femur's face became gloomy. Sorrow and helplessness filled his face as he sighed. "It's a pity that Kai Yun. Otherwise, my Tsar family might have fought for the Saint's Fruit. Sigh, I regret it so much. I was wrong back then." At the same time, the Holy Emperor ancestors of the Karza clan and the Kara clan all emerged from seclusion in the two other capital cities of the Holy Emperor's Kingdom of God. They stared in the direction of the death nest with shining eyes. After handing over some matters, they left in a hurry. At the same time, the Holy Emperor experts of the two other great empires, the Karl Empire and the Felicity Empire, all left for the Death Nest. The Death Nest was originally an extremely desolate place. It was rarely inhabited, but today it was bustling with activity. As spatial cracks appeared one after another, Holy Emperor experts arrived from all directions. At that moment, over 2/3 of the Holy Emperor experts on the continent had gathered outside the Death Nest. Only an extremely small portion of them did not take part in the bustle this time. Currently, the entire Death Nest was enveloped by a layer of dazzling 9-colored light, dyeing the world a myriad of colors. Remy rumbled in the sky as bolts of tribulation lightning fell one after another. It was a great disturbance, and the tremendous pressure caused the expressions of many Holy Emperor experts present to change. What exactly is going on? What exactly happened in the Death Nest? Could someone be cultivating in the Death Nest and have already become a Saint Emperor? Many Holy Emperor experts discussed the matter with one another. All of them were extremely curious. Only the ancient clans that had existed for a long time and knew about the Saint's Fruit remained silent. They did not want to leak the secret of the Saint's Fruit. Half a day later, the tribulation lightning in the sky dispersed. The Saint's Fruit had successfully undergone the tribulation with the assistance of the formations in the Death Nest. At the same time, it had absorbed a large amount of pure energy from the tribulation lightning, completing its final transformation and becoming a true Saint's Fruit. At this moment, the Saint's Fruit had returned to its original state. The 9-colored light from before had completely vanished. All the energy and vast amounts of essence had been withdrawn, without a single strand leaking out. It had returned to its original state. Even the 9 leaves that served as a contrast to the Saint's Fruit had returned to its original state. At the same time, some of the Holy Emperor experts gathered in the Death Nest began to move as well. First were the experts from the Protector clans and a few ancient clans. They basically charged into the Death Nest at the same time. They all knew the secret of the depths of the Death Nest. Their ancestors had already explored the saint's fruit several times, even over a dozen times. The records of their clans clearly recorded it, so all of them knew that now was the best time to harvest the saint's fruit. Immediately, over 100 holy emperor experts entered the death nest. With the protector clans at the lead, they were like dragons crossing a river. They shot toward the depths of the death nest with an unstoppable force. They did not become entangled with the vengeful spirits they came across along the way. As long as a powerful vengeful spirit blocked their path, they would be attacked by several or even over a dozen holy emperor experts. They would be reduced to black mist in a single instance. There must be some heaven-defying treasure in the death nest. Let's all go in and have a look. That's right. Otherwise, how would it have attracted the attention of the protector clans? The death nest may be terrifying, but there are so many holy emperor experts here. We can easily flatten this place if we work together. The people outside the death nest all began to call out. They had all noticed something from the actions of the protector clans and the ancient clans, so they all charged into the death nest. The death nest was terrifying, but there were extremely powerful vengeful spirits inside. However, basically 2/3 of the peak forces on the continent had gathered here. Even if they came across the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, they would be able to destroy them easily. As a result, all of them were filled with confidence. The many Holy Emperor experts entered the death nest in two groups. The first group advanced very quickly, almost as fast as lightning. They only spent 2 hours to reach the second zone before continuing on to the third without slowing down at all. The saint's fruit had already become an ordinary fruit in the third zone. It no longer gave off any fragrance, but the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in the surroundings did not disperse. They remained where they were as they meditated. The vengeful spirits benefited tremendously after absorbing the fragrance of the saint's fruit. Their bodies condensed from the black mist seemed even more solid. In the golden miniature world, Jianchen, Tai Ta, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all sat on the ground as they stared outside. They were all waiting for the moment when the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor would leave. At this moment, the group of Saint Kings who had entered the second zone were intercepted by over a dozen vengeful spirits. Although the vengeful spirits were wiped out in the blink of an eye, the powerful shockwaves that erupted reached the third zone. A gleam of light flashed through Ruijin's eyes in the golden miniature world. As if he sensed something, he immediately cut his finger and removed a droplet of dragon blood. He used a secret technique to create a mirror that hovered in the air. Soon, the water mirror became clear. A group of human experts with different colors of light around them appeared in the water mirror. They were flying towards the third level at high speed. Chapter 1153. The 10 Protector Clan's arrival was within my expectations. The disturbance caused by the ripening of the saint's fruit was just far too great. I just never thought they'd come so quickly, said Ruijin. Then what should we do now? Should we get the people from the Protector Clans to fight the vengeful spirits and use them to attract their attention? Once they obtain the saint's fruit, we'll take it from them at the crucial moment, said Honglian. Everyone sank into their thoughts. Whether it was taking the saint's fruit from the vengeful spirits or taking it from a large group of Holy Emperor experts, it would not be an easy task. In terms of battle prowess, the Holy Emperor experts that had charged in were nowhere near as strong as the vengeful spirits, but they could work together. At the same time, many of them had grasped Saint-tier battle skills and various ancient secret techniques, so they were not easy to deal with. Ruijin glanced at Jianchen deeply and said, "Let's not take the saint's fruit from the Protector Clans. If we do that, we'll probably force many people into desperate situations and do some impulsive things. After all, the saint's fruit is no ordinary item. It's the only shortcut that can allow people to become saint emperors. Who would be willing to let it be taken from them?" Jianchen nodded slightly with that. Ruijin had done this out of consideration for Jianchen. After all, Jianchen was not alone. He needed to consider the people behind him. the Changyang prefecture of Lore City, the kingdom of Jessen, and the Flame mercenaries could not endure the suppression of the protector clans and a few ancient clans. Although they basically disdained to do something like this, it was related to the saint's fruit that could allow people to become holy emperor. The great temptation could easily drive people crazy. Time was tight, so they began to move as soon as they made up their minds. A door opened in the golden miniature world and Jianchen, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian all flew out. They flew over the vengeful spirits and quickly charged toward the saint's fruit. Tai Ta did not appear. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Jianchen had persuaded him to enter the artifact space. The appearance of Jianchen's group of 4 immediately attracted the attention of all the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits. At that moment, all the vengeful spirits stopped cultivating and stood up at the same time. Without saying a single word, they all charged toward Jianchen's group. Jianchen, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish were already fully armed. Jianchen's chaotic force filled every inch of his body, pushing the great defense of the chaotic body to the limit. Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu had all drawn their origin energy treasures as well. They were ready for both attack and defense. With a flash of destructive light, Ruijin's sacred dragon's sword and Heiyu's machete slashed out at the same time, sending powerful sword chi and blade chi toward the vengeful spirits. Honglian's scorching godfire hairpin also flew out with a layer of scorching white flames. She worked with Ruijin and Blackfish to sweep through the vengeful spirits. The 3 origin energy treasures unleashed their might at the same time. The power was unimaginable, obliterating space and destroying everything in its path. They shattered the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor without any effort, reducing them to black mist. At the same time, the vengeful spirits rapidly weakened under the might of the origin energy. However, this was not enough to completely kill off the vengeful spirit. Very soon, they reformed nearby. However, the 3 of them had opened up a path through their combined attack. They immediately followed the path and rapidly approached the saint's fruit. However, there were just far too many vengeful spirits charging over from all directions. Over 500 of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits formed a wall that surrounded Ruijin's group. All the vengeful spirits struck out at the same time. Various attacks flooded over, drowning out Ruijin's group like a flood. Honglian tossed out her hand and 9 fiery red phoenix feathers flew out. They swelled with the wind and rapidly enlarged, turning into 9 phoenixes that were over 100 meters long. They spread their wings and soared through the air as flames raged around them, causing the temperature of the surroundings to rapidly climb. The 9 phoenixes did not attack. Instead, they rapidly revolved in a circle, moving faster and faster. In the end, they actually formed a fiery red barrier around Honglian's group, blocking all the attacks from the vengeful spirits. There are some flaws in the materials used to forge the Divine Phoenix's shield, so the formation can't unleash its full power. It won't last for very long, so let's move faster. We have to get the Saint's fruit as soon as possible, Honglian said with a heavy voice before controlling the formation to quickly move them forward. Muffled booms constantly rang out. The attacks from the countless vengeful spirits all landed on the protective formation, causing the barrier of light formed from the 9 phoenixes to constantly tremble. The vengeful spirits in front of them were a black mass. Honglian controlled the formation to move forward with great difficulty. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, they had only advanced less than a kilometer. Now, it could be said that they were having a hard time moving forward. Finally, the formation shattered with a boom. Without the protection of the formation, the densely packed Holy Emperor vengeful spirits immediately appeared before Jianchen's group. They swarmed toward them. Ruijin took action in time. He tossed out the 18 dragon scales. Every single dragon scale had been specially refined and was engraved with complicated inscriptions. The 18 dragon scales hovered in the air. It emitted a layer of golden light screen that interweaved together to protect this part of the universe. Ruijin and Honglian had made sufficient preparations for this trip. They had prepared quite a few defensive and killing formations. Even though the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor had reached an extremely terrifying number, they remained fearless. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn out, tiny cracks had already appeared on the 18 dragon scales. Clearly, they could not hold on for much longer. Meanwhile, the few of them had only advanced 1,000 meters during this period of time. We've prepared a limited number of formations. We can't just exhaust them like this. We need to move forward quickly. Jianshan, enter the artifact space first. The three of us will work together to kill our way through, Ruijin said with a heavy voice. Jianshan did not hesitate at all. He immediately pulled out the Saint artifact and entered the artifact space. Afterward, the Saint artifact was placed in Ruijin's bosom. The moment the 18 dragon scales shattered, the three of them erupted with their peak battle prowess at the same time. They stabbed into the vengeful spirits before them like a sharp blade, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. During that time, the three of them had endured many powerful attacks from the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. If it were not for their origin energy treasures, they probably would have been heavily injured long ago. At the same time, the many Holy Emperor experts led by the 10 protector clans entered the 3rd floor of the Death Nest as well. Saint force of various attributes flickered around all of them. From afar, they seemed like tiny lanterns as they circulated their energy to fend off the vile energies. As soon as they entered the 3rd floor, their faces immediately changed. They all looked in the same direction. The disturbance caused by Ruijin's group and the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits was just too great. Although they were very far away, they could clearly sense the violent pulses of energy. "Oh no, someone got here before us and has already begun fighting with the vengeful spirits," a red-robed old man said with a heavy voice. He was a grand elder from the Heaven's Incense School, one of the protector clans, said a red-robed old man in a deep voice. "The saint's fruit has only just ripened. We all hurried over as quickly as possible, so how is it possible for someone to arrive here before us?" A ruddy, sagely old man from the Shunshao sect said with a deep voice. He frowned. "The people over there are extremely powerful. They're no weaker than some of us, yet they can still fight so intensely against the attacks of so many vengeful spirits. This definitely isn't something someone at great perfection like the Holy Emperor can do," Yi Yangzi from the Yuan sect said with a heavy voice. The light in his eyes flickered. Chapter 1154. The Holy Emperor experts from the Protector clans and Ancient clans immediately charged in the direction of the battle. Basically all the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits in the 3rd zone of the Death Nest had gathered around the Saint's fruit, so there were very few vengeful spirits in the 3rd zone. As a result, the journey of the Protector clans and Ancient clans was extremely smooth. They did not come across a single vengeful spirit as they made their way to the center of the battle. However, when they arrived, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the scene in front of them. The shock in their hearts had reached an extreme level. There were over 500 vengeful spirits in front of them. They formed a black mass as they pressed down on the same spot. Various powerful attacks were launched from the vengeful spirits, drowning out the space there and causing the ground to rumble as the attacks struck it. From time to time, dazzling golden sword chi would shoot out from the encirclement formed by countless vengeful spirits. There were also strands of white flames that gave off a terrifying temperature. However, no one could see the person surrounded by the vengeful spirits. They can actually block the attacks of so many Holy Emperor vengeful spirit. Only the Holy Emperor can do something like that, but our Tian Yuan continent only has one Holy Emperor, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. However, they're clearly not the Path Lord. Who are they? Are they Holy Emperor experts from the Beast God continent? No, they're not any of the 3 supreme experts of the Beast God continent. Their presences are completely different. Is the Path Lord of Carnal Desires not the only Saint Emperor on the Tian-Yuan continent? The ancestors of the Protector clans and ancient clans were all shocked. There were extremely few Holy Emperor experts in the current world. Even with the entire world in perspective, they could be counted on one hand. Now that two Holy Emperor experts had suddenly appeared, it was definitely an extremely shocking piece of news. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pulse of energy erupted. A huge, resplendent sword chi, a dazzling white blade of light, and a 3-meter-long burning hairpin pierced through the encirclement of vengeful spirits at the same time. Wherever they passed, the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor would be reduced to black mist. Over 20 vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor were dispersed. An opening appeared in the encirclement of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits. Ruijin and Honglian immediately charged out and continued to approach the Saint's fruit. They were getting closer and closer to it now. It's them. It's actually the dragon and the other powerful magical beast that fought the Path Lord and the Holy Emperor of the Beast God continent. Many people immediately recognized Ruijin and the others as soon as they appeared. Cries rang out everywhere. They have origin energy weapons that can harm the Holy Emperor, origin energy armor that prevents the Holy Emperor from injuring them, and a wondrous bead that protects their souls. They're only able to survive the encirclement of so many Holy Emperor vengeful spirits because of these 3 treasures, a Holy Emperor from an ancient clan enviously explained. If I had these 3 treasures, I would be able to slaughter my way out of the encirclement of so many vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, someone thought inside. He struggled to hide his envy and jealousy. The Saint's fruit. That's the Saint's fruit. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd. With that, everyone immediately focused their attention. As expected, they discovered an ordinary-looking tree growing all by itself on the scarlet ground. It had 9 leaves, and a fist-sized fruit had condensed at the center of the 9 leaves. It shone with a dim light, returning to its original state. It was simple and plain, just like an ordinary fruit. The people gathered there all came from ancient organizations with long legacies. The records of their clans possessed extremely detailed records of the Saint's fruit, so they immediately recognized it as soon as they saw it. Everyone's eyes began to burn with desire. At that moment, an extremely great desire to possess the Saint's fruit appeared from the bottom of their hearts. It was very difficult to reach Saint Emperor in the current world, so the Saint's fruit was the only shortcut to becoming a Holy Emperor. No one could resist this great temptation. Now, no one paid attention to Ruijin's group anymore. The Saint's fruit had attracted all their attention. In the next moment, all the people from the Protector clans and the ancient clans charged toward the Saint's fruit as quickly as they could. Their movements immediately alarmed a portion of the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor that were attacking Ruijin's group. Immediately, close to 200 vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor separated, blocking the path of the people from the Protector clans as streaks of black light. The 2 sides immediately began to engage in an intense battle. Over 100 human Holy Emperor and 200 vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor engaged in an extremely intense battle. The human Holy Emperor wanted to break free from the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in the shortest amount of time possible so that they could obtain the Saint's fruit. As a result, they did not hold back at all as they used various powerful Saint-tier battle skills and ancient secret technique. Tremendous ripples of energy shook the surroundings as if they were about to destroy the world. Storms of energy whistled by, causing the black mist in the death nest to churn violently. The 100 human Holy Emperor experts were actually on par with 2 or more Holy Emperor vengeful spirit. Although the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits were extremely powerful existences when they were still alive, their strength had been drastically reduced as vengeful spirit. At the same time, the human experts had also grasped powerful Saint-tier battle skills and ancient secret technique. As a result, The Holy Emperor experts could hold their own against the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in a one-on-one battle unless they encountered an existence as powerful as Gusty's. The pressure on Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish immediately lessened. The three of them let out a sigh of relief inside as they secretly thanked the people of the Protector clans. Their arrival had reduced their pressure by quite a lot. At this moment, another group of people charged over from behind with lightning speed. They were the second group of Holy Emperor experts that had entered the Death Nest. They did not possess any ancient legacies, so they did not know about the Saint's Fruit. However, all the people who could become Holy Emperor were extremely intelligent. All of them knew that the Saint's Fruit hid something that the Protector clans coveted. There's a small tree over there with a fruit growing on it. It must be an extremely precious heavenly resource. Someone from the second group of people saw the Saint's Fruit and said loudly. The hearts of the people from the Protector clans and ancient clans sank slightly. All of them quickly retreated, drawing a large number of vengeful spirits back to the second group of people, pulling them in as well. With the addition of the second group of people, the 200 or so Holy Emperor vengeful spirits were immediately no match for the Holy Emperor experts. Many of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits had already been dispersed. Immediately, another 200 or so Holy Emperor vengeful spirits abandoned Ruijin's group of three and aggressively charged toward the group of human Holy Emperor experts. With that, the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits attacking Ruijin's group was immediately reduced to less than 200. Ruijin's group was overjoyed. They unleashed their full strength without holding back at all. They slaughtered their way out and rapidly approached the Saint's Fruit. The Saint's Fruit is a treasure of our human race. Outsiders can't take it away. Yangzi immediately flew into a rage when he discovered the intentions of Ruijin's group. He bellowed out and immediately abandoned the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits that he had suppressed. He charged toward Ruijin with the other experts from the Protector clans in an attempt to stop them. You think you can stop me with just the likes of you? You overestimate yourselves, Jian Chun coldly said. Honglian said coldly. The scorching godfire hairpin immediately shot out a large swathe of white flames that enveloped Yangzi's group. Yangzi's group changed in expression and immediately dodged. However, a Holy Emperor at the 8th heavenly layer of Holy Emperor was still a step too slow. His lower body was swept by the white flames and his legs immediately began to burn. His flesh was burnt to a crisp, but the terrifying white flames did not extinguish because of that. Instead, they rapidly spread from his legs to his upper body. Arg! That person let out a miserable shriek. His lower body was disappearing bit by bit. The white flames possessed unimaginable power and could not be extinguished at all. This was the fire from the Origin energy weapon, the scorching godfire hairpin. It was countless times more powerful than the flames that Honglian could control. Swish! With a flash of light, a Holy Emperor struck out decisively and cut his companion in half. Only then did he stop the terrifying consequences of the white flames spreading to his upper body. What terrifying flames! This scene stunned all the Holy Emperor experts. Many of them were filled with fear towards the white flames. How can we allow outsiders to lay a finger on the sacred items of our human race? The battle between the vengeful spirits and the human experts continued. At this moment, an old voice sounded. 4 white-haired old men with ruddy complexions sat cross-legged in midair. Their bodies were steaming with hydrogen gas, as if they were immortals. Around a dozen Saint Kings stood guard around the 4 of them, fending off the attacks of the vengeful spirits in the surroundings. It's the people from the Xunshao sect. Looks like they're about to use the Heaven's Thunder. It's rumored that the Heaven's Thunder is the supreme divine technique of the Xunshao sect. It can summon the lightning above the 9 heavens. It once destroyed a Holy Emperor's body and soul, reducing him to charcoal. Chapter 1155. At that moment, the 4 great elders of the Xunshao sect became the center of attention. Many human experts glanced at them from the corner of their eyes as they fought against the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. Legend had it that the supreme divine technique of the Shunshao sect, was a powerful secret technique that had reached the pinnacle of the saint rank. It had even surpassed the saint rank battle skill, reaching an even more profound realm. The Shunshao sect rarely used the Shunshao heavenly thunder since ancient times because it consumed an extremely great amount of energy, and the user would suffer a powerful backlash. It was basically a forbidden technique, but once the Shunshao heavenly thunder was used, its power was enough to destroy the world. The four great elders of the Shunshao sect sat in the air as they formed seals with their hands. Azure chi surged from their bodies and shot into the sky. They used the strand of azure chi to resonate with the world from afar, triggering a mysterious and powerful energy from the sky. Gotcha! Suddenly, there was a deafening crack of thunder. A huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, heading towards Honglian with unbelievable speed. There were no dark clouds. The bolt of lightning had completely descended from the blue sky. Thunder rumbled, echoing through the entire sky. It shone with an extremely bright light, illuminating the entire world. At that moment, the bolt of lightning seemed to be the only thing in the world. It shone with the most resplendent light, causing even the sun in the sky to pale in comparison. Honglian raised her head to look at the sky, and a vicious light flashed through her eyes. She murmured, "There's something there, but it's still not enough to harm me." She had already been locked onto by the bolt of lightning, so she could not dodge at all. All she could do was take it head-on. The Raging Flames Godfire hairpin, the Phoenix clan's most precious treasure, burned with white flames. Then, it was thrown into the sky by Red Lotus. Immediately, the palm-sized Raging Flames Godfire hairpin turned into a huge hairpin that was 10 meters long. It turned into a white light and charged toward the heavenly thunder of Heavenly Night with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The scorching Godfire hairpin collided with the Shunshao heavenly thunder, erupting with an even louder boom. The terrifying sound waves caused the ground of the Death Nest to tremble slightly. Many Holy Emperor experts lost their hearing from the shockwaves. The mighty heavenly thunder of the Heavenly Night suddenly shattered. The huge pillar of lightning that was originally as thick as a bucket was smashed into countless tiny sparks by the hairpin and shot in all directions. It looked like a beautiful flower blooming in the sky, creating a unique scene. What a powerful origin energy weapon! It actually destroyed the supreme technique of the Shunshao sect so effortlessly. All the Holy Emperor experts were in an uproar when they saw this. Greed even appeared in the eyes of quite a few people. Such a powerful origin energy weapon had already tempted many people. If they obtained it, they would be invincible as long as the Holy Emperor did not appear. They would even be able to fend off the Holy Emperor expert. The four great elders who used the Shunshao heavenly thunder all had ugly expressions. They were slightly pale, but they said nothing. They gritted their teeth and continued to use the Shunshao heavenly thunder. Honglian did not give them a chance to continue using the heavenly thunder of the heavens. She was surrounded by roaring flames, like a god of fire descending. She turned into a red streak of light and shot towards the four great elders of the Shunshao sect. Over a dozen Holy Emperor experts who were protecting the four great elders all stepped forward. They stared at Honglian sternly and struck out with their palms at the same time. Immediately, a tremendous amount of energy surged out, shooting towards Honglian with overwhelming force. The scorching Godfire hairpin immediately scattered with terrifying white flames. The flames seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. The overwhelming amount of energy that the Holy Emperor experts had unleashed at the same time was actually incinerated by the white flames. Strands of flames spread out along with a sliver of presence, actually contaminating the arms of the Holy Emperor experts. Their arms immediately began to burn, and their flesh was gradually reduced to ashes. The Holy Emperor experts all grunted. They were unable to put out the white flames, so they could only make up their minds and sever their own right arms. Only then did they stop the flames from spreading. As for their severed right arms, they were instantly incinerated into ashes. With that, no one dared to stop Honglian anymore. The white flames were terrifying. Once they came into contact with them, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. However, the Red Lotus continued to furiously charge at the four great elders of the Shenshao sect. Their expressions changed drastically, and they no longer cared about anything else. They all forcefully stopped using their secret techniques to avoid the Red Lotus. Honglian waved her hand, and the scorching Godfire hairpin immediately trembled. 4 finger-sized sparks shot out, shooting towards the 4 great elders with lightning speed. Afterwards, she used the hairpin to disperse the 2 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits that had suddenly appeared from the side. One of the great elders used a Holy Emperor vengeful spirit beside him as a shield to block the incoming sparks. One of the other 3 was struck in the thigh by the sparks, while the other 2 were struck in the chest. The white flames immediately began to boil, starting from their chests and rapidly spreading into the surroundings. The 3 grand elders all cried out in pain. One of them did not hesitate to cut off his own leg, while the heads of the other 2 who had been struck in the chest exploded at the same time. They decisively abandoned their bodies, and their souls flew out, quickly flying towards the uninjured grand elder before being sucked into a gourd. A tremendous pressure descended from the sky, crushing down on Honglian like an invisible mountain. Over 10 Holy Emperor experts in the surroundings had already used Saint-tier battle skills. They all targeted Honglian. There were people from the Protector clans and ancestors of ancient clans among them. Honglian let out a clear phoenix's cry. The flames around her surged 10 meters into the air, as several pillars of fire as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. As expected, their targets were the Holy Emperor experts who used Saint-tier battle skills. At a closer look, it was not difficult to see that there was a long, fiery red phoenix feather in each of the pillars of fire. The flames outside came from the phoenix feathers hidden within. The current situation had completely turned into a 3-sided battle. On one side were Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian. On the other side were several hundred vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. On the last side were many human experts. Honglian had taken on so many human experts and the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor all by herself. She had attracted the attention of many human experts. Many people from the Protector clans and ancient clans had already moved against Honglian. Although they were very wary of Honglian's flames, that did not mean they were afraid. The great elders of Changyang Prefecture all became uneasy. They all knew about the relationship between Ruijin, Heiyu, and Jianchen, so they were all hesitating over whether they should become enemies with Ruijin's group or not. They would never allow outsiders to take the saint's fruit because it was a sacred item of the human race. Chapter 1156. Jianchen had already arrived before the saint's fruit. With a flip of his hand, a jade box made from supreme quality jade appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately threw it toward the simple saint's fruit. Jianchen, he's from Changyang Prefecture. The people of Changyang Prefecture have already approached the saint's fruit. Be careful, everyone. The people of Changyang Prefecture are working with the foreigners. Many people discovered Jianchen approaching the saint's fruit and immediately cried out before attacking even more viciously. They did everything they could to deal with the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor that had been bothering them. They wanted to take the saint's fruit for themselves. The great elders of Changyang Prefecture all rejoiced. Jianchen's appearance had definitely exceeded their expectations. Although they knew that Jianchen had some ties with Ruijin and the others, they had never thought that it would be so close that the 3 of them would be willing to take action for him. Fantastic, this is just fantastic. This saint's fruit belongs to our Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Juri was overjoyed. Changyang Qing Juri was filled with excitement. He seemed to be able to see the appearance of a saint emperor in the Changyang clan soon. He was not the only one. Even the other great elders of Changyang Prefecture were the same. Their excitement was evident. Jianshan's actions had pushed the battle to a climax. In order to prevent the saint's fruit from falling into the hands of others, everyone used all their strength. They all charged toward the saint's fruit with bloodshot eyes. However, just when Jianshan's jade box was about to land on the saint's fruit, another formation silently appeared in the air. It formed a barrier of light that protected the saint's fruit. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He immediately took out his emperor armament to break through the formation, but the formation was extremely powerful. Even when he used all his strength, he was unable to shake it at all. The humans and the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor suffered very heavy losses. Several dozen people from the human side were injured to varying degrees. 3 experts below the 3rd heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor had even died there. Their souls had been wiped out by the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, and all their vitality had been drained away. The vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor suffered heavy losses as well. Many of the vengeful spirits had been dispersed several times. Over a dozen of them had been reduced to a dense, black mist, unable to reform their bodies anymore. On the other side, the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian, and the 5 old men who were about to pass away worked together with the 2 other Holy Emperor at great perfection from the Protector clans to battle Gusties. Gusties had been the strongest of the Holy Emperor in ancient times, so his strength as a vengeful spirit was just as terrifying. Tianjian and the others had gathered a total of 8 Holy Emperor at great perfection to barely stop Gusties, but they had been forced into a disadvantageous position by Gusties. The 5 Grand Elders from Mercenary City and the 2 great perfection experts from the Protector clans immediately began to panic when they saw how the Saint's fruit was about to be taken away. This vengeful spirit is far too powerful. If this continues, we won't be able to determine the victor even if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights. We can't continue like this. Let's use our trump cards to destroy these vengeful spirits and then go take the Saint's fruit, one of the old men of Mercenary City yelled. With a flip of his hand, a ball of scorching light suddenly appeared in his right hand. The presence of extreme yang began to circulate, as well as a sliver of fiery aura. With a wave of his hand, the scorching light condensed in his hand immediately turned into a rain of light that enveloped Gusties. Only now did it become possible to see that it was actually a ball of extremely tiny sand. Every single grain of sand shone with a scorching, golden light. They actually possessed the essence of the sun. When the sand landed on Gusties, it was like a speck of fire had landed on a jar of alcohol. It actually caused Gusties' body to spontaneously combust, rapidly weakening him. Everyone, don't stay behind, or none of us will be able to take the Saint's fruit. Use the golden sun sand to destroy these vengeful spirits, someone called out from the crowd. A loud shout rang out from the crowd. The person who had shouted was a great elder of the Tyrant's Blade School. Hesitation appeared in the eyes of some of the great elders from the Protector clans when they heard that. However, they soon made up their minds. With a flip of their hands, a ball of scorching light immediately appeared in their hand. It contained the pure essence of the sun. A ball of scorching light also appeared in the hands of a few ancestors of ancient clans. They then tossed it toward the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor with pained faces. The golden sun sand was something that the past Holy Emperor experts had specially researched to deal with the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. They used meteorites as materials and ground them into fine sand before flying to outer space and placing the fine sand extremely close to the sun. They would then be refined for 1,000 years with the flames of the sun. Every single grain of sand had absorbed the flames of the sun for 1,000 years, so they possessed the essence of the sun. They were extremely tough and young, which just happened to be the nemesis of the vengeful spirits. Even the Protector clans had an extremely limited stock of the golden sun sand. It was their ultimate trump card against the vengeful spirits. No one would use it unless they had no other choice. This was because refining the golden sun sand was just far too difficult. Only Holy Emperor experts possessed the ability to get so close to the sun and cast down a powerful formation that could endure the flames of the sun so that the sand would move with the sun. This was not something a regular Holy Emperor could accomplish. All the ancient clans that possessed the golden sun sand were powerful clans that had once produced Holy Emperor experts. A rain of light scattered through the air. As soon as it touched the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits would rapidly weaken. The human experts were originally at a disadvantage, but with the appearance of the golden sun sand, the situation immediately reversed. They had instead suppressed the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. The vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor began to retreat while a few Holy Emperor experts at great perfection abandoned the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor and flew toward the saint's fruit. Gustis had been greatly weakened by the golden sun sand, so he had already retreated. The 5 old men of Mercenary City all cast their gazes toward the saint's fruit, and their eyes burned with desire. They flew toward the fruit at the same time, and 2 other great perfection experts who had fought against Gustis went with them. Hold on. 5 old men, Jianshan has close ties with our Mercenary City and his talent is extremely great. Doing this will only ruin his relationship with our Mercenary City. Tianjian stood before the 5 old men, blocking their path. Chapter 1157. The 5 old men of Mercenary City charged toward Jianshan at the same time. Although Tianjian was the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, he was unable to stop them. The 5 of them originally possessed special statuses in Mercenary City. They were even older than Tianjian, so they could be considered Tianjian's seniors. The situation the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits faced was completely one-sided. The threat of the sun-gold sand was just too great. Once they came in contact with it, they would immediately begin to combust. It was impossible to extinguish the flames, so they rapidly weakened. Many of the vengeful spirits had already retreated. There were even a few vengeful spirits that had been beaten to the point where they could no longer condense, and were heavily injured. At this moment, Jianshan was filled with anxiety as he stood before the saint's fruit. The fruit was protected by a powerful formation. It was impossible for him to get through it. Xing Qing Sua, is there any way to get through this formation? Jianshan asked the sword spirits for help. Master, this is a death formation. There's no way to get through it. The only way to get through it is to destroy it with absolute force. Qing Sua's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Beside him, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish fought as hard as they could. Not only did they keep the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor at bay, but even a few human experts had become their opponents. Spatial gravity. Suddenly, a cry rang out. A great elder of a protector clan used an ancient secret technique from afar, causing the gravity around Ruijin and the others to skyrocket. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all felt their bodies sink. At that moment they felt the gravity around them increase by over 1,000 times, causing the ground beneath them to sink slightly. Even Jianshan was affected. A gleam of light flashed through Ruijin's eyes. He bellowed out and the sacred dragon's sword suddenly filled the space with dazzling golden light. It caused the space there to tremble violently. He used supreme power to break through the space that had been sealed with an ancient secret technique. As soon as the ancient secret technique was broken, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky once again. Another Holy Emperor used a Saint-tier battle skill, and this time, there were over 30 people using it. Ruijin waved his hand and 18 palm-sized flags suddenly appeared. Every single flag shone with a hazy golden light. Through the golden light it was possible to vaguely see that every single flag was engraved with inscriptions. Powerful pulses of energy radiated from them. The 18 small banners were arranged in a specific position in the air, and they began to shine with blinding light. The light actually formed a faint, golden barrier of energy that enveloped Ruijin and the others. Over 30 human experts unleashed their Saint-tier battle skills at the same time. Over 30 tremendous energy ripples and over 30 extremely powerful attacks basically landed on the barrier at the same time, immediately causing the barrier to tremble violently. The barrier did not shatter, but over 20 Holy Emperor vengeful spirits that constantly attacked the barrier were reduced to black mist by the powerful Saint-tier battle skills. Swish! With a flash of golden light, Ruijin knew that Jianchen would not be able to break through the formation protecting the Saint's fruit, so he directly stabbed at the formation with his origin energy weapon. The formation violently shook, but it stabilized very quickly. Ruijin's attack, which was no weaker than the Holy Emperor's, was actually unable to break through the formation. "Let's break through the formation together," Black Fish said with a deep voice. Hey, you growled. The origin energy weapon in his hand shone with a dazzling white light as mysterious and powerful origin energy coiled around it. He then worked with Ruijin to attack the formation protecting the Saint's fruit. Ruijin and Blackfish were extremely careful. Although their origin energy weapons were powerful, they could still control them. When they swung their weapons down, they did not target the Saint's fruit. Instead, they attacked the formation from the side, afraid that they would accidentally destroy the Saint's fruit. The formation protecting the Saint's fruit was much more powerful than they had imagined it to be. It did not shatter even after taking on the combined attack of Ruijin and Blackfish. It only shook even more violently. Again, Blackfish bellowed out as a tremendous presence erupted from his body. His clothes and hair ruffled without any wind while the machete in his hand shone with an even more dazzling light. It worked with Ruijin's sacred dragon's sword to attack the formation once again. This time, the formation protecting the Saint's fruit finally shattered. Jianchen did not hesitate at all. He carefully placed the Saint's fruit into the jade box before taking away the remaining 9 leaves as well. He carefully stored them away. Jianchen immediately exhaled deeply after doing all that. He gently rubbed his space ring as he was filled with joy. He had finally obtained the Saint's fruit after spending so much effort. With the Saint's fruit and the 9 leaves taken away, the remaining bare tree rapidly withered. It dried up in the blink of an eye before disappearing into the ground. Boom! With a deafening boom, the 18 small banners finally shattered after withstanding the attacks of the humans and the vengeful spirit of the Holy Emperor. A large group of humans aggressively charged toward Jianchen with bloodshot eyes. "Hand over the Saint's fruit!" Many human experts bellowed out. Jianchen seemed to have crossed their bottom line by taking away the Saint's fruit. All of them were infuriated, and they no longer cared about anything else. Chapter 1158. A devastating strand of golden sword chi suddenly appeared. The sword chi tore through the air like a streak of light and slashed out with unstoppable force. The huge strand of sword chi directly enveloped all the human experts up ahead, causing all of their faces to change. At the same time, a huge, silver-white blade of light shot through the air with lightning speed, heading toward a human expert in another direction. The temperature in the surroundings rapidly rose as terrifying waves of heat swept over. A region of roaring, white flames suddenly rose up, forming a terrifying wall of fire in the air. Countless human experts were afraid to approach it. They were extremely fearful. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish struck out at the same time, fending off the enemies that came from all directions. They used their origin energy weapons to form a tough fortress, forcefully keeping the countless human experts at bay. Although the human experts were not as powerful as the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, they were extremely intelligent. They knew how to work together, and they knew many ancient secret techniques and Saint-tier battle skills. Facing them was not necessarily as easy as facing the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. Faced with the huge sword chi and blade of light from Ruijin and Blackfish, the human experts immediately worked together with great tacit understanding. All of them launched attacks at Ruijin and Blackfish at the same time. Although there were no Holy Emperor experts among the human experts, the combined attack of several dozen or even over 100 Holy Emperor experts was no weaker than the Holy Emperor experts. It might even surpass them. Probably even a Holy Emperor would be forced to avoid them. With two deafening booms, the attacks from Ruijin and Blackfish's Origin energy weapons were blocked by the Holy Emperor expert. The Origin energy weapons were extremely powerful, but the Holy Emperor could block them. However, once they were injured by the Origin energy, even a Holy Emperor would be injured. After blocking Ruijin and Blackfish's attacks, the confidence of the human experts swelled. They could not help but become less fearful as they all charged forward. As for the wall of fire that Hong Lian had set up in the air, no one dared to touch it. They all took a detour around it. The vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor rapidly decreased in number. The Sun Goldzan had played a huge role, turning the situation around and wiping out many vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits were unable to reform after exhausting all their energy, turning into a black mist in the death nest. Only after countless years would they be able to reform once their energy recovered. Of course, a small portion of the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits managed to escape, avoiding the disaster. In the death nest, the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor were basically indestructible existences. Hong Lian, release the killing formation, Ruijin called out. He immediately pulled out the formation he had prepared earlier from his space ring and tossed it out. The formation activated in the air and emitted powerful pulses of energy, causing the space in a radius of 1,000 meters to distort. Soon after, all the human experts in the area vanished. They had been trapped within the formation. Hong Lian frowned and said with a heavy voice, "We specially prepared these killing formations to deal with the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. We've made many changes to them and installed many methods against vengeful spirit. If we use them against human experts, the killing formations will basically lose their advantage. They won't be able to trap them for long." Although that was what she said, Hong Lian did not hesitate. She released the killing formations without any hesitation, trapping over 30 Holy Emperor experts. Once the two killing formations were released, they immediately trapped almost 100 human experts, greatly reducing the pressure they faced. Blackfish did not use the formations. He directly charged into the group of human experts with his machete. As he swung his machete, blood splattered everywhere. Apart from the Holy Emperor at great perfection, no one was Blackfish's opponent. However, even great perfection experts did not dare to take on the attacks of Blackfish's Origin energy weapon head-on. The formation of the human experts was thrown into disarray by Blackfish. Blackfish rampaged through the crowd, making it very difficult for them to gather the strength of several dozen people to unleash a powerful attack. Ruijin looked back at Jianchen and said, "These killing formations don't pose much of a threat to the human experts. They'll break free very soon. Jianchen, follow behind us. We'll kill our way out." Jianchen sternly nodded. Their plans were unable to keep up with the changes. They originally planned on getting Tai Ta to take them away after obtaining the Saint's Fruit, but there were so many human experts present. In order to hide Tai Ta's identity, Jianchen only had Tai Ta hide in the artifact space. Ruijin, Hong Lian, and Blackfish arrived at the front. They charged into the Holy Emperor's group and killed their way out. Jianchen did not remain idle either. He wielded his Emperor armament and fought against 2 Holy Emperor at the 7th heavenly layer and 3 at the 6th heavenly layer. The Saint artifact hovered above his head, blocking wave after wave of powerful attacks for him from time to time. The 4 of them had basically become public enemies in everyone's eyes. They were surrounded from all sides and had to endure various ancient secret techniques and Saint-tier battle skills. However, these attacks were very difficult to injure Ruijin and the others who were protected by their Origin energy armor. During this time, the Saint artifact had blocked 2 waves of Saint-tier battle skills for Jianchen. Behind the crowd, 5 old men sat cross-legged in the air and joined forces to use a secret technique. They then pointed at Heiyu from afar. Immediately, an extremely obscure ripple spread out. It was very difficult to detect. Blackfish's face suddenly changed as he fought against the human experts. A sliver of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as his body began to sway gently. His face paled. "Blackfish, what's wrong?" Ruijin immediately asked when he sensed Blackfish's abnormality. His face was filled with surprise. "It's poison. Using a top expert who's good at using poison to secretly poison me, he actually planted the poison in my body through space. What a brilliant method!" Heiyu's tone was low. His face had already turned from white to black, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had also turned black. Jianshan was surprised. He immediately arrived behind Blackfish and used the Saint artifact to protect himself. He directly channeled a strand of radiant Saint Force origin energy into Blackfish's body. Blackfish waved his hand and said, "It's fine. The poison is extremely powerful, but I have an extraordinary constitution. I can suppress it for a few days." Jianshan also knew that now was not the time to cure Blackfish. He said, "Senior Blackfish, once we leave here, I'll use the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to completely cure the poison in your body." Behind the crowd, the 5 old men who used the poison stood up at the same time. One of them said to the 5 old men from Mercenary City nearby, "We've already heavily injured one of them with the poison of Heaven's End. It's your turn now." The 5 old men of Mercenary City nodded. Without saying anything, the 5 of them immediately stood in a pentagram. Immediately, 5 tremendous presences radiated from their bodies as 5 pillars of light condensed from energy shot into the sky. The 5 old men of Mercenary City had reached the great perfection of the Holy Emperor many years ago. The 5 of them had already reached the peak of the realm and were infinitely close to the Holy Emperor. They were extremely powerful. The 5 of them had joined forces to unleash a supreme secret technique, causing a huge commotion that alarmed many people present. Immediately, many people cast their gazes towards them. The Grand Elder of the Protector clans from the Changyang Prefecture and Mercenary City stood in the distance the entire time. They did not take part in the battle for the Saint's Fruit. Tianjian gently sighed when he saw what the 5 old men were doing. He obviously knew what secret technique the 5 old men were using, but he was unable to stop them. He was filled with helplessness. At this moment, the presences from the 5 old men actually fused together, forming an even more terrifying presence. Even their energies had overlapped, giving off a strength that was enough to make the world tremble. Many Holy Emperor experts present felt their hearts tremble. The Holy Emperor. "This is a shocking presence that only the Holy Emperor possesses," someone cried out. The 5 old men of Mercenary City had used a secret technique to fuse their powers together, actually becoming an existence similar to the Holy Emperor. They had basically become an emperor through another method, which alarmed many people. The 5 old men of Mercenary City were enveloped by a layer of intense white light. Vast and terrifying energy pulsed around them. The 5 of them seemed to have come together with Mercenary City's great elder Tianjian. This time, they seemed to be using an extremely powerful ancient secret technique. Even with their great strength, they still need to spend such a long time to charge it up. An old holy emperor from an ancient clan whispered. He was extremely shocked inside. Mercenary City was actually hiding such unknown peak experts. At this moment, boundless energy rapidly condensed above the 5 elders of Mercenary City. In the end, it actually condensed into a figure completely condensed from energy. Its facial features were clear and lifelike, just like a real person. Mo Tianyun. That's Mo Tianyun, the greatest human expert in ancient times. Mo Tianyun, what kind of powerful ancient secret technique is this? It can actually condense the figure of the greatest human expert, Mo Tianyun, countless people cried out. At that moment, Even someone as powerful as the Holy Emperor struggled to remain calm because Mo Tianyun's fame was just too great. Even after 1,000,000 years, Mo Tianyun was still a legend that lived in the hearts of countless people. Chapter 1159. Mo Tianyun's projection seemed like a real person. He possessed an extremely domineering presence, which deeply shocked all the experts present. Under Mo Tianyun's tremendous presence, many holy emperors lost all thoughts of resisting. Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and Jianshan were also alarmed by the domineering presence. They all looked at Mo Tianyun's projection sternly. Mo Tianyun's projection had been created by the 5 founding members of Mercenary City through a supreme secret technique. This secret technique had been left behind by Mo Tianyun in the past, and its power had already surpassed Saint-tier battle skills. However, the conditions for using the secret technique were extremely high. Only Saint Emperors could use it. The 5 old men of Mercenary City could only use the secret technique by combining their strength. Only then could they barely use the secret technique. The secret technique had been left behind for holy emperors, so its power was unquestionable. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun's projection moved. He took a step, and the entire sky shook. The seemingly casual step was filled with unbelievable power. At that moment, space seemed to freeze and time seemed to stop. The surging black mist in the death nest fell silent. Mo Tianyun seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Mo Tianyun's step immediately caused a terrifying ripple in space. It seemed to form a sharp sword that extended towards Ruijin and the others. It moved extremely quickly. All the Holy Emperor experts stopped what they were doing. They could not help but be drawn over by Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun's seemingly simple step was filled with the truths of the world, which allowed him to use the power of the world. Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, and Jianshan immediately felt like they were immobilized. They had been locked in place by invisible shackles. All they could do was watch as the sword-like ripple in space rapidly approached them. Suddenly, a powerful golden light shone from Ruijin. His body rapidly swelled as a layer of fine, golden scales covered his entire body. He became half-human and half-dragon in a single moment, breaking free from his shackles with supreme strength. With a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens, he charged forward as a golden streak of light with the sacred dragon's sword. He fused with his sword and stabbed at the ripple in space with all his strength. The two silently collided. There was no great sound, only a violent tremor in space. It blurred the image there and distorted everyone's vision. Everyone's vision was affected. The ripple in space beneath Mo Tianyun's feet vanished. Ruijin had blocked it, but Ruijin did not fare well either. He was blown away, landing 1,000 meters away in an extremely horrible shape. The origin energy armor he wore had become much dimmer as well. With a resonant phoenix's cry, flames surged into the sky. Honglian had also forcefully broken free from her shackles. She turned into a huge phoenix and radiated with scorching white flames. She used the scorching godfire hairpin to attack Mo Tianyun's figure. Mo Tianyun was emotionless. He was not the real Mo Tianyun. He was only using a secret technique, a supreme secret technique that had surpassed Saint-tier battle skills. He extended a finger and endless world force immediately gathered from outside the death nest. It actually condensed into a 5-meter-long finger in a single moment, shooting toward the scorching godfire hairpin with unstoppable force. Boom! With a violent rumble, the scorching godfire hairpin was actually blown away by Mo Tianyun's finger. The finger condensed from the energy of the world dispersed at the same time. Fright! A high-pitched phoenix cry rang out. Honglian, who had reverted to her original form, was protected by the Phoenix clan's inheritance treasure, the 9 refined divine fire feathers. She charged at Mo Tianyun alone with endless white flames. She enveloped Mo Tianyun's projection along with the 5 people who were hiding behind him, wanting to incinerate them. Mo Tianyun's shadow was gradually fading away. The power that it was emitting was also rapidly weakening. After all, this was not his real body. It was only a secret technique. Once its energy was exhausted, it would eventually vanish into thin air. Saint Force circulated around the 5 old men of Mercenary City, temporarily protecting them from the flames. However, the 5 of them had already become rather pale. Exhaustion filled their faces. Arg! The 5 old men cried out at the same time. They poured all of their vital energies into Mo Tianyun's figure, causing it to condense once again. Under their control, Mo Tianyun's figure firmly struck out with a palm strike at Honglian. Bang! With a heavy sound, Honglian's huge phoenix figure shot through the air with endless white flames. She had been blown far away by Mo Tianyun's palm strike. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens as a tremendous dragon's might basically enveloped the entire death nest. Ruijin had completely reverted to his original form, becoming a 100-meter-long golden dragon. His scales shone with golden light as they flickered. Mo Tianyun did not move from where he was. He directly struck out with his palm at Ruijin from 1,000 meters away. His hand suddenly expanded to several hundred meters in the air, falling down on Ruijin from above. In the end, he caught the 100-meter-long golden dragon in his hand. Loud dragon's roars constantly rang out. Ruijin was caught in Mo Tianyun's hand. He was currently struggling as hard as he could, causing Mo Tianyun's hand to constantly tremble. The 5 old men from Mercenary City gently trembled. Their faces had become pale and exhausted. The secret technique required them to expend their vital energies, so the longer they used it, the more vital energies would be drained from them. They were already old, so they could not maintain it for very long. He really is the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. This golden dragon has not even reached Emperor, yet he already possesses such great battle prowess. It's not that our secret technique isn't powerful enough, but that the golden dragon has an origin energy treasure on him, the 5 old men said in a deep voice. The 5 elders of Mercenary City said in a deep voice. Their expressions were unsightly, and one of them shouted, "The golden divine dragon has already been trapped by the 5 of us. As for the other 2 magical beasts, one of them has been poisoned by the Heaven's Incense School's poison of heaven. As for the remaining divine phoenix, everyone quickly use a supreme secret technique to hold her back. Without the 3 of them, the saint's fruit is still ours." Many people became interested. Aside from the Changyang Prefecture, the other 8 protector clans and a few ancient clans all sent out 1 or 2 experts to use secret techniques to keep Honglian busy. Unlike before, they did not use offensive secret techniques this time. Instead, they used supportive secret techniques to trap her. This was because all of them knew that Ruijin and the others were protected by origin energy armor. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they would not be able to harm them. The people from the Changyang Prefecture did not interfere. Once they did, they would become everyone's enemy. "Let's see if you have the ability to keep me busy," the blazing phoenix said. The flaming godly phoenix spoke in human language. Its eyes had turned completely red, and raging flames danced within them. "Jianshin, enter the artifact space," Blackfish said to Jianshin. His face had already become pitch black, and black blood constantly flowed from the corner of his mouth. The poison was even more powerful than he had imagined. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. The entire death nest seemed to shake violently, causing everyone to lose their footing. Soon after, an extremely dense, red mist appeared from the depths of the death nest. It seemed to be completely condensed from blood. Wherever it passed, the grudges and grievances would all retreat in fear. Baleful Een Force. It's the baleful Een Force of the Bloodsword sect. Chapter 1160. Cries rang out from the surroundings. Disbelief filled many people's faces, especially the people from the Protector clans. They were filled with shock. The records of the Protector clans clearly recorded everything that happened in the Death Nest. The information had been left behind by countless generations of seniors who had explored the death nest time and time again. It could be said that they had recorded everything that happened in the death nest. However, there was no mention of the existence of baleful force in the death nest. There was only endless grudges and chi. Baleful force is a secret technique unique to the Bloodsword sect, one of the 3 great assassin organizations on the continent. Are there experts from the Bloodsword sect cultivating here? Impossible. I've met experts from the Bloodsword sect before. The baleful force on them is completely different from the baleful force here. Comparing the baleful energy, the baleful energy here is many times stronger than the baleful energy in their bodies. What a terrifying baleful chi. Despite being so far away, my Yuan spirit is actually affected. It's like it's going to be sucked out by the baleful chi. The expressions of all the experts from the Holy Emperor changed. They all stared at the extremely dense, blood-red mist in shock. Before the baleful force had even approached them, their souls had already been affected, which left them extremely shocked. Tianjian became extremely stern as well. He stared at the baleful force with shining eyes and growled, "What powerful baleful force! It's actually several hundred times more powerful than Houston's baleful force. Just how is this baleful force produced? If it's being purposefully emitted by someone, that person's strength is just far too terrifying." Jianshan also stared at the baleful force. He thought, don't tell me Uncle Xiao is cultivating here. Has he already become the Holy Emperor? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from the depths of the death nest, causing the ground to tremble. A huge demonic figure that was 100 meters tall gradually emerged from the clump of extremely dense baleful chi. All the human Holy Emperor experts in the death nest were stunned when they saw the true appearance of this demonic figure. It was actually a huge skeleton that was over 100 meters tall. It was completely red, as if it had been bathed in blood. Standing in the baleful chi, it seemed to fuse with the baleful chi. The baleful chi is coming from this skeleton. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked carefully. Sure enough, they found that every bone of the giant skeleton was emitting a very dense baleful chi. The source of the baleful chi in the death nest was actually a huge skeleton that had appeared out of nowhere. This greatly surprised many people. This skeleton is formed from the corpses of countless saint emperors. Every single bone on it was formed from the corpses of experts who were buried here in the past, Jian Chen explained. Another person who had seen Bo Yu cried out. The contents deeply shocked all the saint kings present. How is this possible? How can the corpses of experts that were buried here by Mo Tianyun form such a huge skeleton? Has someone done something to the death nest, which is why such a huge skeleton has appeared? In the past, our Holy Emperor ancestors of the 10 Protector clans explored the death nest many times, but they rarely found the corpses of Holy Emperor experts. Many of the corpses were missing. We thought they had been refined by Emotianyun's formation, but it looks like the corpses of the Holy Emperor experts have all been hidden away. Just who would hide the corpses of the Holy Emperor experts? Is it Emotianyun? In the past, our ancestors were perplexed by Emotianyun's decision to create a place like this, but it looks like Emotianyun did not create the death nest just for the saint's fruit. There are other secrets that we do not know about. Various discussions rang out in the surroundings. The 10 Protector clans and a few ancient clans all knew a lot about the secrets of the death nest. Now that they shared all the information they knew, coupled with the guesses of a few people, many people immediately connected the dots. The appearance of the huge skeleton became the focus of everyone's attention for a moment, causing the battle to come to a halt. Even more people shifted their attention to the huge skeleton. At this moment, the 100-meter-tall, blood-red skeleton moved. It extended one of its bony arms and immediately, endless baleful force radiated from the bony arms. It formed a dense, red mist that surged toward everyone. Before the red baleful force had even approached them, all the Holy Emperor experts felt their heads spin. Their souls ached, and at that moment, all of them felt like they had lost control of their souls. They wanted to break free from their heads and be absorbed by the red baleful force. All the Holy Emperor experts were extremely shocked. The baleful force was just too terrifying. Even with their powerful souls, they were unable to endure it. None of the Holy Emperor experts dared to stay any longer. They quickly retreated as if they had seen a ghost. All of them were filled with fear toward the baleful force. Genshin's soul was affected just like the Holy Emperor expert. However, a powerful azure and violet light erupted from his sea of consciousness. The sword spirits had used their own powers to protect Genshin's soul. Pearls hovered above Honglian and Blackfish's heads. They shone with a hazy light to protect their souls, preventing them from being affected by the baleful force. The 5 old men from Mercenary City stopped using their secret techniques as well. They retreated with everyone else in exhaustion to avoid the incoming baleful force. It's a pity that maintaining this secret technique consumes far too much energy. We don't have the energy to do anything else. Otherwise, we could have tried using the secret technique to shatter that skeleton, an old man said gloomily with some helplessness and pity. Without the support of the 5 of them, Mo Tianyun's image disappeared, and the trapped Rui Jin regained his freedom. Golden light flickered around the 100-meter-long golden divine dragon. He raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon's roar. His voice was filled with fury. Just as he was about to charge up and deal with the 5 elders of Mercenary City, he suddenly froze. He had also discovered the changes outside. Chapter 1161. The baleful force that filled the air surged over and rapidly drifted towards everyone. Very soon, it covered the place where they had been standing before. Ruijin had just broken free. Before he could flee, the baleful force was already extremely close to him. It was less than 100 meters away, and this distance was rapidly shrinking. Ruijin's face suddenly changed. Before the baleful force had even entered his soul, he felt an intense stabbing pain, accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness. The baleful force was so powerful that even Ruijin struggled to endure it. Ruijin became extremely stern as shock filled his heart. He was a golden divine dragon, the king of the dragon clan. He possessed a unique advantage, both his body and soul were extremely powerful. The baleful force had not even gotten close to him yet, but it had already affected his soul so greatly. He found this unbelievable. The origin energy orb appeared above Ruijin's head. It shone with a hazy light that enveloped his body, protecting his soul. With the assistance of the origin energy orb, the discomfort from Ruijin's soul immediately vanished. The origin energy orb was an origin energy treasure that specialized in blocking everything that targeted the soul. Although the baleful force was very powerful, it was clearly unable to break through the defenses of the origin energy orb. Ruijin's eyes flickered with golden light as he stared at the huge skeleton hidden in the baleful force for a while. Afterward, he quickly arrived before Genshin and stood with Honglian and Blackfish. "What's up with this skeleton?" Ruijin growled. He had been trapped in Mo Tianyun's hand earlier, so he was isolated from the outside world. He had no idea what had happened outside. It suddenly appeared. "No one knows what's going on, but it's an enemy, not a friend," Honglian said with a heavy voice. "The baleful force is very terrifying. No human expert can endure it. Once they come in contact with it, their souls will be wiped out. Let's leave this place quickly before anyone notices the saint's fruit. I suddenly feel like the death nest isn't as simple as it seems," Blackfish said with a frown. He was stern. All the human experts quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the baleful force. The terror of the baleful force had frightened many of them out of their wit. Very few of them cared about the saint's fruit anymore. Xiang'er, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Changyang Qingyun suddenly arrived beside Jianchen. He called out to him in an extremely friendly manner, filled with concern. Jianchen frowned slightly as an undetectable cold light flashed through his eyes. He ignored Changyang Qingyun, directly treating him like he was nothing. Changyang Qingyun had used the fact that he had removed the ancient secret technique to plant another ancient secret technique in Huang Luan's soul, which made Jianchen extremely furious. He vaguely began to treat Changyang Qingyun as an enemy. "Let's go," Ruijin growled before pulling Jianchen away by the arm. The baleful Yin force permeated the area very quickly, but it was still slower than the flight of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor experts immediately pulled away from the baleful Yin force with their retreat. They were about to leave the third zone. At this moment, the blood-red skeleton roared at the sky. There was no sound, but a visible ripple rippled through the surroundings. Every single bone on its body surged with endless baleful Yin force, causing the blood-red mist to become viscous, as if it had turned into a sea of blood. Endless baleful Yin force flowed into the ground, causing the blood-red ground to become even redder. At the same time, a faint, red light began to radiate from the ground. The formation on the third floor of the Death Nest was originally only used to isolate the baleful Yin Qi between the second and third floors. It could not stop people from entering or leaving, but at that moment, the formation suddenly began to operate. It formed a layer of faint, red mist that enveloped the third floor, preventing the human experts from leaving. How is this possible? The skeleton can actually control the formations here. Weren't these formations cast down by Mo Tianyun in the past? How does it know how to control them? Looks like the skeleton has already gained sentience. It's not simple at all. It's using the baleful Yin force to activate the formations, or it's using the formations to allow the baleful Yin force to have other wondrous effects. We can't leave. Let's all work together to break through the formations. Immediately, many Holy Emperor experts struck out at the same time, launching powerful attacks at the formations. However, the formations had been cast down by Mo Tianyun in the past. Even though countless years had passed since then, their power had not decreased at all, so how could a group of Holy Emperor break through them? No matter how much force they used, they were unable to make the formations tremble at all. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish struck out as well. They used their origin energy treasures to attack the formations at the same time, but all they could do was make the formations shake. They could not break through them. The ground continued to tremble as the blood-red skeleton approached them step by step. Its footsteps were like mountains, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble violently. A dense, baleful aura surged forward, getting closer and closer to them. All the human experts became frantic. The baleful Yin force was like the scythe of the god of death to them. It could ignore the defenses of Saint Force and specifically attack the souls of people. Even though many of them had grasped ancient secret techniques, they could not think of any way to resist the baleful Yin force. Could it be that all of us are going to die here today? Someone released a howl of grief, regretting entering this place. God damn it, how did this skeleton appear? Why hasn't it appeared in all these years? Why did it suddenly appear when Holy Emperor were rare? The experts of the Protector clans were confused. They were filled with questions. The skeleton's appearance had become a mystery to all of them. Jianchen became extremely stern as well. He stared at the baleful Yin force up ahead and said, "These human experts can't all die here. The Tianyuan continent can't bear such a loss. Senior Ruijin, Senior Honglian, and Senior Blackfish, may I ask if you can destroy this skeleton? The baleful Yin force has no effect on us." "The three of us can try," said Ruijin. Afterwards, he, Honglian, and Yu attacked the blood-red skeleton together. However, the skeleton's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The powerful attacks from the origin energy weapons of Ruijin, Yu, and Yu only left behind shallow marks on the skeleton. The attacks that were powerful enough to injure the Holy Emperor failed to break a single bone. At this moment there was a flash of red light. A huge bone club had appeared in the skeleton's hand at some point in time, and it directly swept toward Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. Bang! 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 With three heavy sounds, Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu were all blown away by the skeleton's club. Their origin energy armor dimmed. This scene stunned all the experts present. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew the strength of Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu extremely well. They were supreme experts who could defeat the Holy Emperor, yet they could not even withstand a single strike from the skeleton. It surpassed the Holy Emperor. This skeleton's strength has reached the level of the four ancient sovereigns, a great elder of a protector clan cried out. His voice trembled in fear. Chapter 1162. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish returned to Genshin's side with sunken faces. Their faces were rather pale. Although they were protected by origin energy armor, the skeleton was just too powerful, so they were still slightly injured. This skeleton's strength has already surpassed the Holy Emperor's level. The three of us can't stop it. If we fight it for too long, we'll still end up heavily injured even with our origin energy treasures, Ruijin said with a heavy voice. Ruijin's words reached the ears of all the Holy Emperor experts present, causing their hearts to become extremely heavy. They all knew that although the three of them were only at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor, their true battle prowess had already reached the same level as the Holy Emperor. They were the most powerful people present. If even they could not deal with the skeleton, no one could. Surpassing the Holy Emperor, surpassing the Holy Emperor. It's said that surpassing the Holy Emperor is a power on a completely different level. Compared to the Holy Emperor is like a chasm. It's impossible to fight back because it's on a completely different level, a protector of the Protector clan said in a trembling voice. A great elder of a Protector clan said with a trembling voice. Fear and despair filled his eyes at the same time. Saint Emperors were as weak as ants before a power that had surpassed Saint Emperors, let alone them, who were far weaker than Saint Emperors. The exit has already been sealed by the skeleton. We're all going to die here today. My family still needs me to protect it. Without me, those enemies will definitely not let my family off. It seems that my family will not be able to escape this calamity. Zhang Tai thought. It doesn't matter if I die. What's important is that the Tian Yuan continent still needs our protection. Otherwise, the Tian Yuan continent won't have the power to stop the invasion of the Beast God continent and the 100 races. Everyone sighed one after another. Many of them were filled with unwillingness, unwilling to fall here like this. Genshin also let out the White Tiger during this time, but he was still disappointed. The White Tiger's countless formations and barriers were completely ineffective here. It was unable to pass through like before. At this moment, Genshin thought about what Tai Ta had said. His mysteries of war could break through the shackles of space, so he hesitated over whether he should let Tai Ta try it or not. He wanted to see if his mysteries of war could pass through the formations and take them away. Just when Genshin wanted to let Tai Ta out of the artifact space, the entire death nest suddenly shook violently. With a great rumble, the barrier of the third floor shook violently, and it actually showed signs of shattering. Following that, a second and a third gigantic rumbling sound rang out, causing the powerful formation on the third floor of the death nest to tremble even more violently. In the end, the formation was actually torn apart under everyone's incredulous gazes. A crack several dozen meters wide appeared. At this moment, the baleful force was less than 1,000 meters away from everyone. Once they came in contact with the baleful force, they would not be able to survive even if they were Holy Emperor-level expert. This was because the baleful force was countless times more terrifying than the baleful force that Houston possessed. Run! Someone bellowed out from the crowd, and the group of Supreme Holy Emperor experts immediately fled as quickly as they could. At this moment, all of them were focused on fleeing for their lives. They no longer had the time to think about how the crack had appeared. The blood-red skeleton was enraged. It produced a soundless roar and began to chase after everyone. It swung its bone club forward, and the moment it fell, the club that was several dozen meters long actually became several thousand meters long. It smashed the body of a Holy Emperor expert at the very back to pieces. His soul was dispersed by the terrifying force before it could even escape. Afterward, the blood-red skeleton swung its bone club again. The scarlet bone club was surrounded by a dense layer of baleful force as it smashed down with lightning speed, enveloping over a dozen Holy Emperor experts below. Suddenly, a resplendent streak of light appeared, illuminating the surroundings. It dispersed the boundless force and grudges in the death nest as it shot over from afar with unbelievable speed. It was an extremely terrifying blade of light. It was crescent-shaped and shone with a dazzling light. The blade of light seemed to have broken through the boundaries of space. It was still far away in the previous moment, but in the next moment, it had swept over the heads of all the Holy Emperor experts with a sharp blade chi. It charged toward the bone club with an unstoppable force. It was filled with a supreme sense of dominance. Boom! The moment the terrifying blade of light collided with the bone club, it immediately erupted with a deafening boom. The powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the death nest as a terrifying storm, forcing all the Holy Emperor experts to stagger. They struggled to control their bodies. The blade of light blocked the bone club from the blood-red skeleton, saving the lives of over a dozen Holy Emperor experts. The blood-red skeleton stumbled a few steps back uncontrollably as its body trembled. A terrifying crack appeared on the bone club in its hand. At this moment, all the Holy Emperor experts had left the third zone of the death nest and arrived in the second zone. None of them continued to flee. Instead, they could not help but stop. They stared in the direction of the blood-red skeleton and the blade of light in shock. Who's attacking from the shadows? They're actually able to unleash such a terrifying attack against that terrifying skeleton. If I'm not mistaken, that flash of white light just now was a huge saber light. Who was it that released it? It's beyond the Holy Emperor. That's a power that surpasses the Holy Emperor. The senior who unleashed that blade of light must have reached that supreme level. Impossible. Is there really such an expert among us humans? That's impossible. Other than the 4 sovereigns who appeared in ancient times, there hasn't been a 5th sovereign on the Tianyuan continent in all these years. Is it a sovereign of the Arctic ice goddess Hall who secretly interfered? Yeah, it must be a sovereign of the extremely mysterious ice goddess Hall who secretly interfered. Although the Ice Goddess Hall never interferes with the matters of the Tianyuan continent, they probably don't want to see so many experts die here. I don't believe it's the Ice Goddess Hall. It's impossible for the Ice Goddess Hall to have a sovereign. It must be the Sea Goddess who secretly interfered because she's the only one who's still alive out of the 4 sovereigns of ancient times. The human experts were thrown into an uproar. Someone who had surpassed the Holy Emperor had actually secretly assisted them in such a hopeless situation. Just how exciting was this news? It made everyone extremely excited. They all felt like they had grasped onto a life-saving straw, seeing new hope. The blood-red skeleton became even more furious. Baleful force churned violently, endlessly pouring into the blood-red ground. Immediately, streaks of dazzling, blood-red light appeared from the ground, weaving together haphazardly. This was actually a formation hidden in the ground. It had been activated by the skeleton's baleful force, revealing itself from the ground. The formation began to operate. The endless force in the third zone of the death nest seemed to be affected by the formation. It began to churn violently in the air, and under the disbelieving gazes of the Holy Emperor experts, the force and grudges actually fused together, turning into a blood-red ball of baleful force. I finally understand now. The baleful Yin force here is formed from the fusion of the Yin force and grudges. This is all because of the formation on the ground. Only with the activation of the formation can the Yin force and grudges fuse together. The death nest was cast down by Mo Tianyun all those years ago. Was the formation on the ground left behind by Mo Tianyun as well? Why did he do that? Many human experts came to a realization, but they soon became extremely confused. All of them were curious as to why Mo Tianyun had left this place behind. The saint's fruit was definitely not the main reason. Perhaps it was just a cover. Yin Qi and resentment fused together, forming even more baleful Yin Qi. Right now, all the Yin Qi and resentment in the third zone had practically disappeared. Only a thick, blood-red fog remained. Soon after, the boundless baleful Yin Qi formed a huge, ferocious, and terrifying ghost face. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it lunged at everyone. With a flash of dazzling light, the resplendent blade of light appeared once again. It was filled with supreme dominance, directly cleaving down from the first zone. Its target was the dense baleful Yin force. When the blade of light collided with the baleful Yin force, it actually forced back the mist that made all the Holy Emperor experts pale. The terrifying blade of light did not slow down at all, slicing through the baleful Yin force in an extremely domineering manner. It struck the blood-red skeleton. Boom! With a boom, a several dozen meter-long wound appeared on the blood-red skeleton. Half of its tough bones had been shattered by the flash of light, and its huge body staggered back. This time, it took over a dozen steps before stabilizing itself. The Holy Emperor experts in the second zone were stunned. Just a single blade of light had forced back the blood-red skeleton that had surpassed the Holy Emperor. Just what kind of power was this? Such an existence had completely exceeded all of their imaginations. They didn't even dare to believe that there was such a terrifying expert hidden in the world. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish were shocked as well. They could obviously sense just how terrifying the Blade of Light was. Even with Origin energy weapons, they were unable to unleash such power. Chapter 1163. In the Death Nest, the blood-red skeleton that struck fear into the hearts of countless Holy Emperor experts had been stopped by a mysterious expert. Although they could not see him, everyone knew just how terrifying he was. Without revealing himself, just a single blade of light from afar forced back the blood-red skeleton that was even stronger than the Holy Emperor. The blood-red skeleton was extremely furious. The dense baleful Yin force around it churned violently as it charged forward again and again. However, it was forced back by the terrifying blade of light every single time. It was unable to block it at all. More and more cracks appeared on its body, and a few of its bones had already been broken. A few resplendent blade of light shot out, forcing the surrounding Yin force and grudges to the sides wherever they passed. Strands of brutal and terrifying blade qi remained, preventing the endless Yin force and grudges from filling up the empty space created by the blade of light for a short period of time. At this moment there were people moving around. Many of the Holy Emperor experts had already begun flying in the direction of the blade of light. They all wanted to see just who the person who had unleashed the blade of light was. Their actions immediately spurred on everyone present. They all shot off in the same direction with lightning speed. The identity of the mysterious expert had already affected many people. Jianchen, Ruijin, and the others were no exception. They all flew in the direction of the blade of light with the crowd. Everyone passed through the second zone at lightning speed and arrived at the first zone. As soon as they entered, everyone's body shook. A powerful saber qi that made them feel suffocated filled the entire space. This powerful saber qi seemed to have infected the air, making everyone feel that the air here had a sharp qi. A resplendent white light appeared around a dozen kilometers away from them. It was as dazzling as the sun in the sky, shining with endless light, illuminating the entire first zone of the Death Nest. This was an endless amount of saber qi. The entire white light was formed by extremely powerful and domineering saber qi. If one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that this ball of intense white light looked like a heavenly saber that could split the world. It was at least 100 meters long. "That's a blade," someone exclaimed softly. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the heavenly blade. Unfortunately, the heavenly blade was obscured by the boundless blade chi. All they could see was a blur. It was not clear. The great elders of the Tyrant's Blade School stared at the figure of the blade. The light in their eyes flickered as they became uncertain. At this moment, the powerful blade chi that filled the first floor of the death nest rapidly weakened. The white light condensed from the endless blade chi rapidly dimmed as well. In just a few seconds, the figure of the blade suddenly vanished, returning the death nest to normal. What's up with the blade? Is it secretly controlled by a sovereign, or is it all an effect of the formation? In my opinion, it's extremely likely for the blade to be an effect of the formation. It's definitely something Mo Tianyun left behind in the past. Immediately, a few of the Holy Emperor experts began to speculate. Some of them suspected that a sovereign was secretly controlling the blade, while others concluded that the Blade of Light had been conjured by the formation, one of Mo Tianyun's trump cards. The ground began to shake. The blood-red skeleton had passed through the formation and was chasing after them. The red mist around it surged into the sky as the baleful force it gave off became even denser. Now that the Blade of Light had vanished, the group of Holy Emperor experts no longer dared to stay. They all left as quickly as they could. Jianshan and Ruijin were with them. As soon as they flew out of the death nest, Ruijin ripped open a space gate. However, as soon as the space gate was formed, over a dozen terrifying energy attacks shot over from all directions, shattering the space gate. "Hand over the saint's fruit, or don't even think about leaving," a great elder of a protector clan bellowed out. His presence rapidly skyrocketed, making him seem like a completely different person compared to when he was running for his life earlier. Without the threat of the blood-red skeleton, everyone focused their attention on the saint's fruit again. Over 200 Holy Emperor experts surrounded Jianshan's group. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The great elders of Changyang Prefecture stood to one side with ugly expressions. They were extremely worried as well, but they did not step forward to help Jianshan at a time like this. "Universe of feathers!" Suddenly, Hong Lian cried out. The 9 refined godfire feather on her broke down again, turning into countless feathers that formed a huge cage that enveloped everyone. Each feather gave off fierce white flames, so the human experts did not dare to approach it. "If you want the saint's fruit, then use your full strength," some humans bellowed out as well. Many Holy Emperor experts stepped forward, using their Saint-tier battle skills and powerful ancient secret techniques to attack Honglian's universe of feathers. The temperature within the universe of feathers was extremely high as well, causing the space there to slightly distort. Honglian did her best to support the universe of feathers. She said, "Ruijin, hurry up and create a space gate. The battle skills and secret techniques of the humans are just too powerful. Their attacks are no weaker than the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. I can't last much longer. The space within the universe of feathers has been affected by the flames, making it very unstable. Creating a space gate will be rather difficult." "I'll try my best," said Ruijin before swiping his hand. He immediately ripped open the space in front of him, but this time, the space gate did not form as quickly. One of Ruijin's arms had already reached into the spatial crack. There were profound truths of the world on his arm as he used the abilities of a Saint King to construct a spatial gate. Chapter 1164. The sudden appearance of the huge hand made all the Holy Emperor experts' attacks come to a halt. They all raised their heads in surprise and doubt. The palm strike was extremely powerful. Even when compared to the most powerful vengeful spirit in the death nest, Gustis, it was on par with it. Most importantly, many of the Holy Emperor experts could sense the powerful ripples of the mysteries of the world from the palm strike. It was definitely not something a holy emperor could achieve. Holy Emperor. A holy emperor has interfered, an ancestor of the ancient clan said with a deep voice. His complexion was very ugly. They still had a sliver of hope of obtaining the saint's fruit when they competed against the protector clans, but once a saint emperor interfered, they would no longer have any hope of obtaining the saint's fruit. It's him, the path lord of carnal desires. He's interested in the saint's fruit as well. A holy emperor expert cried out as he stared at the sky in interest. A white-robed, middle-aged man had appeared in the empty space at some point in time. He hovered in the air like an ordinary person, looking down from above. His evil-looking face was sickly pale. He was the path lord of carnal desires. Although he had appeared in an extremely low-key manner, he gave off the feeling that the world was under his control as he hovered in the air. Hongyan's expression changed within the world of feathers. She said with a deep voice, "A human holy emperor has come. If he works with the holy emperor, my world of feathers will last even shorter." Ruijin remained silent. He was very stern. The space within the world of feathers had become very unstable due to the terrifying temperature. He was currently constructing a space gate with all his might. The path lord of carnal desires stared sharply at the huge fireball formed from countless phoenix feathers. He slowly raised his hand, and the energy in the surroundings immediately began to surge. Endless world force began to gather in his hand at an unbelievable speed. 7 emotions in one heartless palm. The path lord's tone was extremely calm. He immediately pressed his palm down as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, the vast and surging world force in his hand surged out, turning into an invisible hand that slammed towards the world of feathers with great might. As it did so, the energy in the surroundings was rapidly sucked over, fusing into the hand condensed from the world force, making it even more powerful. Not only was this palm a powerful strike from the Holy Emperor, but it also contained the path of emotions and desires of the path lord of carnal desires. The gigantic palm struck the universe of feathers, but it was incapable of breaking the universe of feathers. The surging streams of worldly energy and worldly powers dissipated. However, an invisible wave passed through the universe of feathers' obstruction to enter the interior of the universe of feathers. This was the Path Lord's 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was not a pure energy attack. Instead, it was a unique technique specially used to attack the soul of the opponent. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian were protected by the Origin Pearls, so they naturally did not fear the Path Lord's attack. Blackfish hovered above Jianshan as the Origin Pearls shone with hazy light to block the descending path of emotions and desires, helping Jianshan endure the attack. However, the space within the world of feathers was affected as well, causing it to tremble violently. If it were any other time, the trembling space would not have affected them at all. However, Ruijin was currently constructing a space gate, so he feared the instability of the space the most. The space gate that was about to succeed immediately collapsed, causing Ruijin's efforts to go to waste. God damn it, that bastard! Why is he causing trouble at a time like this? Once I break through to Class 9, he'll be the first person I kill. Ruijin was furious. Killing intent surged around him as he made up his mind to kill. The Path Lord's palm strike had basically cut off any thoughts of leaving. A gleam of light immediately flashed through the Path Lord's eyes when he saw how his palm strike had failed to achieve the desired effect. He murmured, "It really is an origin energy treasure after all. It's still so powerful even after it's dispersed. However, maintaining this origin energy treasure must be extremely taxing on you, so let me see just how long you can last. I have to obtain the Saint's Fruit today. It's probably the only thing that can heal my injuries quickly." With that, the Path Lord continued to attack the world of feathers that Honglian had created with the 9 refined Godfire feather. Every single strike was extremely powerful and shocking. He basically controlled all the world force in a range of several tens of thousand kilometers all by himself. With a raise of his hand, he could use the world force to launch extremely powerful attacks. Under the Path Lord's continuous attacks, the space within the world of feathers had become extremely chaotic. As a result, Ruijin was unable to create a space gate despite his great strength. "We can't continue like this. I've used up too much energy. Ruijin, Blackfish, let's go out and carve out a path of blood. This time we have to make them pay a bloody price," Honglian said through gritted teeth with a pale face. Cold killing intent filled her eyes. Although the three of them had heavily injured a few human experts in the death nest earlier, they had shown mercy and did not kill them all. However, Honglian had become determined to kill the human experts now that they had been forced into a corner. "Honglian, leave with Blackfish and Jianchen. I'll go meet the Holy Emperor of the Humans," Ruijin said sternly. He was filled with resentment towards the Path Lord as well. Honglian nodded. She looked at Blackfish and asked in concern, "Blackfish, can you hold on?" Blackfish was clearly more poisoned than before. Not only had his face become black, but even his exposed hands had become bluish-black. Blood constantly flowed from the corner of his mouth. "This poison really is powerful. It's much more terrifying than the greatest poison in the world right now. However, I'm a holy emperor at great perfection after all. It won't be that easy to poison me to death," Blackfish said with an extremely deep voice. "Senior Blackfish, once we're safe, I'll immediately use the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to purge the poison from your body," said Jianchen. Suddenly, the universe of feathers formed by the 9 refined Godfire feather suddenly collapsed. Countless thick feathers shrank to the length of a finger in the air, streaking through the air as streaks of red light began to gather towards Honglian. In the end, they reformed into a feather robe that draped over Honglian. "I was right. You really can't last for much longer. You've finally been forced out by me. Hand over the Saint's fruit and I won't make things difficult for you," the Path Lord's voice rang out. The Path Lord of Carnal Desire's voice rang out from the sky. He spoke extremely indifferently. Although he knew that the three of them were protected by origin energy treasures, he still acted like victory was within his grasp. What answered him was a devastating, golden sword chi. Ruijin charged up from below with the sacred dragon's armor and the origin orb above his head. He charged at the Path Lord aggressively with the sacred dragon's sword in hand. The Path Lord showed no fear at all, but there was an undetectable hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. He did not receive the golden sword chi from Ruijin's origin energy head-on. Instead, he used the power of the world to disperse it. Although Ruijin possessed an origin energy treasure, he was not an origin realm expert who had surpassed the Holy Emperor. He could only make Holy Emperors fear him, but he could not suppress the 3 Holy Emperor with absolute strength like Shaoling. The Path Lord was kept busy by Ruijin. Below, Honglian and Blackfish engaged in a massacre. This time, they did not show any mercy. They used their full strength to kill anyone who stood in their way. Very soon, several weaker Holy Emperor experts died to their hands. Their souls were wiped out, and even their souls failed to escape. Over a dozen other Holy Emperor experts were heavily injured. They were either saved by their companions at a crucial moment or used secret techniques to flee. The 5 old men of Mercenary City looked at each other, and a sliver of determination appeared in their eyes. One of them said, "Whatever, the 5 of us don't want the Saint's fruit anymore. We're about to die anyway, so why don't we use our last sliver of energy to use a secret technique again and leave the Saint's fruit for the talented people of Mercenary City?" Chapter 1165. The 5 senior figures of Mercenary City worked together to use the supreme secret technique again. Since they had already expended a lot of essence when using the secret technique earlier, they were basically like arrows at the end of its flight. There was not much essence left in their bodies, and their flames of life could be extinguished at any moment. They had already reached the final juncture of their lives, so it was much more strenuous for them to use the secret technique this time. Just the charging time alone was much longer than before. Jianchen charged into the crowd with Honglian and Blackfish with his Emperor armament. The Holy Emperor's battle prowess at the 7th heavenly layer had been pushed to the limit by Jianchen. He vaguely seemed to be on par with the 8th heavenly layer expert. The Holy Emperor's artifact hovered above Jianchen's head, blocking the powerful attacks from the Holy Emperor's 9th heavenly layer and great perfection from time to time. Even with that being the case, Jianchen was covered in blood, both his and his enemies'. Even though he was riddled with wounds, his battle prowess was still boundless due to the toughness of the chaotic body. Ruijin and the Path Lord of Carnal Desires fought extremely intensely. Both of their strengths had reached the peak of perfection, so every time they clashed, they would possess devastating might. The battle had gradually moved from the height of 10,000 meters to the cold and dark outer space. Honglian, Blackfish, and Jianchen had already charged into the encirclement of the humans. At this moment, Honglian's origin energy treasure, the 9 refined Godfire feathers, disintegrated once again, turning into feathers that were over 100 meters long. They radiated with endless white flames, forming a huge wall of fire that blocked the humans behind them. "I'll stop them." "Blackfish, leave with Jianchen first," Honglian said to Blackfish as she used her own power to support the wall of fire. Blackfish nodded and said nothing more. He immediately grabbed Jianchen's arm and flew off into the distance. He wanted to create a space gate in a stable space and leave. The poison within him had become even more severe. If he did not control it in time, he would probably be doomed even with his supreme strength. "You won't be able to leave that easily." Right at this moment, a cold laugh came from the void. Then the space several hundred meters ahead rippled slightly, and 2 burly men suddenly appeared there. The appearance of the 2 people caused Jianchen and Blackfish's expressions to drastically change. Blackfish stared at them with an ugly expression and growled, "Rulers of the Beast God continent, I never thought that even the 2 of you would come." The 2 people who had suddenly appeared were Kaiser and Lankiros from the Beast God continent. However, compared to last time, the 2 of them were clearly slightly paler. Kaiser's gaze paused on the saint artifact hovering beside Jianchen for a while, and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. He sneered, "Hand over the saint's fruit and I won't make things difficult for you." Jianchen stowed the saint artifact away. The white tiger was currently in the artifact space, so he needed to guard against the possibility of Kaiser taking the saint artifact away. With a flip of his hand, a damaged divine hall appeared. It was the divine hall of the 8 wastelands that Kaiser had beaten to a pulp before. In the past few days, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands had been repairing itself, but it was rather slow. As a result, it seemed like the divine hall of the 8 wastelands was in much better shape than before. It could even endure a few attacks from the Holy Emperor. "Looks like you haven't been taught a lesson by the barrier spirit of Mercenary City enough. Do you want to taste the bitter fruit of last time again?" Blackfish asked. A sliver of extremely deep fear immediately appeared in Kaiser and Lankiro's eyes when they heard about the barrier spirit of Mercenary City. The 2 of them felt fear towards the barrier spirit. It was an expert that had truly surpassed the Holy Emperor. However, Kaiser's gaze turned cold again very soon. He coldly said, "Last time, the barrier spirit was alarmed because we were too close to Mercenary City. However, this place is extremely far from Mercenary City, so it's impossible for the barrier spirit of Mercenary City to come here no matter what. If you're counting on it, you can give up on it." Behind them, the terrifying temperature suddenly vanished. The 9 refined Godfire feather reappeared on Honglian. She was enveloped by a layer of terrifying white flames before charging toward Jianchen as a streak of white light. She ignored the human experts behind her. The 2 rulers of the Beast God continent were even more terrifying than the human experts behind her. She knew that it would be very difficult for Jianchen to escape once he became their target. Black Fish clenched his teeth. Even though he was deeply poisoned, he no longer had any other choice. All he could do was grit his teeth and charge up with his machete to keep the Lankiros busy. A dragon's roar rang out from the 9 heavens. Rui Jin, who was fighting the Path Lord of Carnal Desires in outer space, discovered the situation below. He immediately abandoned the Path Lord of Carnal Desires and hurried back. He turned into a streak of light. A dazzling golden streak of light shot through the sky like a meteor as he shot toward the ground with lightning speed. Golden Divine Dragon, our battle isn't over yet. The Path Lord had already grasped the Holy Emperor's abilities, so he was even faster than Ruijin. He blocked Ruijin before Ruijin could, directly pushing out a palm with tremendous energy to stop Ruijin from coming to his rescue. The Holy Emperor of the Humans, you've actually joined forces with the experts of the Beast God continent, Ruijin thought. He immediately understood the deeper meaning behind this and his face sank. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires remained silent. He unleashed his full strength as a Saint Emperor and kept Ruijin busy. The battle continued into outer space, where no one could do anything to the other. Jianchen did not pay any attention to the battle between Ruijin and the other two. He immediately used the illusory flash and shot off into the distance as quickly as he could. He could only rely on himself now. Kaiser and Lankiros both sneered as they watched Jianchen leave. They said steadily, "Song Qiong, why haven't you done anything yet? The sooner we get it, the sooner we can return." Another figure appeared in the sky. It was a white-robed old man with a head full of silver hair that danced in the wind. He was covered in immortal dust and possessed an otherworldly presence. At first glance, he did seem a little like a god. The third Holy Emperor of the Beast God continent had also descended on the Tian Yuan continent. With all 3 emperors present, only the 10 protector clans could contend against them. The expressions of all the human experts changed drastically. Their faces were ashen. With the 3 emperors of the Beast God continent present, the Holy Emperor of the Humans, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires, had turned traitor and actually joined forces with the experts of the Beast God continent for the Saint's Fruit. What power did the humans have left to contend against them? Is the Saint's Fruit going to end up in the hands of magical beasts? Many of the Holy Emperor experts from the Protector clans and Ancient clans felt powerless as well as deeply humiliated. The Saint's Fruit was a sacred object of the humans. Since ancient times, it had always been in the possession of humans. There had never been a case of magical beasts stealing it. If the Saint's Fruit ended up in the hands of an outsider, it would be a great humiliation that they would never be able to wash away. The Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Songqiong, hovered in the air as he stared at Jianchen's back. The light in his eyes flickered as he hesitated. He's actually obtained the Saint's Fruit. He's the person who's looked after the winged tiger for many years. He's the benefactor of the winged tiger. Should I attack him or not? Should I leave the Saint's Fruit to him so that he can become a Saint Emperor? Or should I take the Saint's Fruit so that Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor can heal? At this moment, a vast and tremendous presence appeared in the distance. It was the presence of a Saint Emperor, and for a moment it actually appeared. It attracted the attention of the 3 great experts of the Beast God continent. After such a long time of preparation, the 5 elders of Mercenary City finally used this supreme secret technique again. The 5 of them combined their powers and used the little remaining essence, energy, and spirit in their bodies to condense the image of Mo Tianyun. The Saint's Fruit is a sacred object of our human race. It can be obtained by any one of us, but it can't end up in the hands of an outsider, the 5 old men of Mercenary City said. Afterward, Mo Tianyun extended his hand and extended it toward the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan in a single moment. When the hand fell, it actually froze the space there, preventing Songqiong from dodging. He was trapped by the huge hand. Booms constantly rang out from the huge hand. The Holy Emperor of the Pung clan was attacking as hard as he could in an attempt to break free from the prison. The 5 elders of Mercenary City trembled violently. Their faces had already become extremely pale. This secret technique required the 5 of them to use their vital energies as support, which was equivalent to draining away their life force. With their current physical condition, it was already very difficult for them to use it a second time. They were basically putting their lives on the line, so they would not be able to last much longer. Move out! At the same time, the great elders of the Changyang Prefecture secretly communicated with one another. They formed hand seals at the same time and used an ancient secret technique. Borrow the power of the world, stellar transposition. The great elders of the Changyang Prefecture called out at the same time. They suddenly vanished, using an ancient secret technique to switch places with a rock beside Jianshan. They arrived before him in a single moment. Don't resist. Relax. Changyang Zhu Shao called out sternly. They formed hand seals and used the stellar transposition again. This time, they crossed several dozen kilometers and appeared in an empty area with Jianshan. The people of the Changyang Prefecture have fled with the saint's fruit. The human experts also reacted. They all cried out as they quickly pursued. Changyang Qingyun glanced at the people behind him and said with a deep voice, "The space here is unstable. It's very difficult to create a space gate. Let's go." The great elders of the Changyang Prefecture did not hesitate at all. They immediately fled with Jianshan as quickly as they could. God damn it, why is it like this? Kaiser and Lankiros could not help but curse. They were extremely furious. Originally, they had thought that everything would be fine, but they had never thought that Song Qiong would be trapped, allowing Jianshan to flee so far away with the saint's fruit. Little Phoenix, you're much more powerful than last time, but you still can't injure me. I have matters to attend to today, so I'll fight you another day, Kaiser growled. He wanted to give up on Honglian and chase after Jianshan. However, the scorching Godfire hairpin immediately shot toward Kaiser with terrifying white flames, forcing him to be cautious. He had no time to chase after Jianshan. Don't even think about leaving if we don't decide the victor today, Honglian coldly said. Her attacks were even more ferocious than before, firmly keeping Kaiser busy. Blackfish did the same. He used his full strength with the machete to keep Lankiros busy, preventing him from leaving. Although the Path Lord of Carnal Desires was fighting with Ruijin in outer space, he had always been paying attention to the situation below. When he saw Jianshan actually flee with the saint's fruit, he immediately panicked. He no longer cared about Ruijin. He wanted to chase after Jianshan. Holy Emperor of the Humans, our battle isn't over yet. With a flash of golden light, Ruijin's sacred dragon's sword swept past the Path Lord's head while he was distracted. A few strands of hair flew through the air, almost injuring the Path Lord. Chapter 1166. Jianshan was carried away by the great elders of the Changyang Prefecture. They flew off into the distance as quickly as they could. They had all become Holy Emperor for many years, so their grasp over space was far greater than Jianshan's. They moved even faster than Jianshan when he used the illusory flash. At this moment, the great elders of the Changyang Prefecture were all stern. They only cared about flying towards the stable space in the distance. They all knew that they would basically become the public enemy of all the human experts if they took Jianshan away like this. Although they were great elders of protector clans and possessed great statuses, no one would fear their status before the saint's fruit that could allow people to become emperors. The temptation of becoming a holy emperor was something that every single holy emperor could not resist. As long as they could become emperors, they would not even need to fear the protector clans, so there was obviously no need to worry about offending them. Behind them, a large group of human experts pursued them. In particular, the eyes of those who knew about the wondrous effects of the saint's fruit had even turned red. A portion of them had already used secret techniques to catch up, rapidly closing the distance between them and Jianqin's group. Honglian, Ruijin, and Blackfish each kept a holy emperor busy, preventing them from interfering with Jianqin. They were unable to pay attention to anything else. Borrowing the force of the world stellar shift, the great elders of the Changyang prefecture used a secret technique again, crossing over 100 kilometers in a single moment. They then continued to flee into the distance with Jianqin. Using a secret technique like this consumed a lot of energy, not to mention that they were carrying another person. As a result, they were unable to use it continuously even with their strength. They needed a buffer time every time they used it. As the two parties fled, they crossed over 1,000 kilometers before finally arriving in a relatively stable space. Changyang Qingyun immediately began to construct a space gate. At the same time, over a dozen tremendous strands of energy and sword chi shot behind them with lightning-like speed. Every single attack possessed devastating power. These were attacks from over a dozen holy emperor experts at great perfection. They came from protector clans, ancient clans, and a few powerful independent cultivators. The tremendous attacks shot toward the space gate with an unstoppable force. Wherever they passed, the space violently shook, as if it was unable to endure the powerful energy and would shatter. As a result, the space gate that Changyang Qingyun had constructed became rather unstable. "Let's go," Changyang Qingyun called out with a deep voice. He was in a hurry. The great elders of the Changyang prefecture all became extremely stern. Without any hesitation, they immediately entered the space gate with Jianqin as quickly as they could. The space gate immediately vanished after all of them had left, causing the space there to return to normal. Soon after, the attacks from the Holy Emperor experts at great perfection struck the space there as well, causing it to shatter. The space in a radius of several thousand meters violently shook. Bastards, those bastards from the Changyang prefecture. They actually managed to escape. I never thought that the saint's fruit would end up in the hands of the Changyang prefecture. Looks like a new holy emperor will appear on the Tianyuan continent before long. It's just a pity that he's not a part of our clan. He's from the Changyang prefecture. Sigh, the saint's fruit that only appears once every 40,000 years. It's something that many of our seniors can only come across by luck. Yet we've missed it just like that. What a pity, what a pity! It's all the fault of those 3 stray magical beasts that don't belong to the beast god continent. If it weren't for them protecting Jianqin wholeheartedly, how would the saint's fruit have ended up in the hands of the Changyang prefecture? Not only has Changyang prefecture gained an unprecedented prodigy, but they also have a special relationship with the winged tiger. Coupled with the future holy emperor, just who on the Tianyuan continent can stop them? Many of the experts discussed among themselves. Many of them were filled with regret and dejection, while some of the experts from the protector clans became rather worried. The current strength of the Changyang clan had completely exceeded what they had imagined, so they did not wish for any of the protector clans to be the only ones standing on top. Boom, boom, boom. With a few violent booms, violent ripples of energy shot out in all directions, causing the space around them to violently tremble. The supreme might that belonged to the Holy Emperor filled the surroundings, causing the world to tremble. Song Qiong stood proudly in the void. His whole body emitted an unparalleled divine aura as if he was the ruler of the world. He used his absolute strength to break the secret technique used by the 5 elders of Mercenary City. That unparalleled divine aura that was as vast as the sea directly crushed over, causing Mo Tianyun's illusory figure to collapse. The 5 elders of Mercenary City shuddered violently as they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. It turned into a bloody mist that drifted down from the sky. Their faces immediately became extremely pale and dispirited. Following that, the light in the eyes of 4 of them rapidly faded, becoming hollow. Their bodies fell straight to the ground, motionless. Only one of them could barely remain standing. The founding member below stared fixedly at Sangqiong, who had broken free. He said powerlessly, "It's just a pity that the 5 of us are already at the end of our rope, or else. Before he could finish speaking, the light in the eyes of the remaining founding member rapidly faded as well. He left the world with regret. Tianjian and the elders of Mercenary City stood in the distance silently as they stared at the cold corpses of the founding members. They were all gloomy and sorrowful. They did not stop the 5 founding members because they did not have much time left in the first place. Even if they did not die here today, they would pass away in Mercenary City in the next few days. The deaths of the 5 founding members have protected the Saint's Fruit for the Tian Yuan continent. Their deaths are more important than a mountain. They died on the battlefield in a grand fashion, not silently passing away in Mercenary City, Tianjian said with a heavy voice. The holy emperor of the Ping clan, Sangqiong, slowly withdrew his might. He glanced around indifferently and said, "The Saint's Fruit has been taken away, and its whereabouts are unknown. It's time for us to return." Sangqiong's voice was calm, but it reverberated through the surroundings, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. "No, Sangqiong, we must obtain the Saint's Fruit. You're the fastest in the world, so you should be able to catch up to them," Lankiro said reluctantly. However, before he could finish speaking, Sangqiong had already turned into a faint blur and shot off into the distance. He seemed to have completely fused with the surrounding space, moving through it silently. He moved with unbelievable speed, vanishing in a single instant. As expected, he was headed towards the Beast God continent. "Sangqiong!" Lankiros roared at the sky. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Even Kaiser's face had become extremely sunken. "Let's go!" Kaiser gave the order to retreat through gritted teeth. He immediately gave up on his opponent and left with Lankiros. This time, Honglian and Blackfish did not continue to tangle with them. They allowed them to leave before charging in the direction of Ruijin. The Path Lord raised an eyebrow and said, "Golden Divine Dragon, our battle ends here. Farewell." With that, he wanted to leave. "You won't be able to leave that easily." Ruijin's voice was icy cold. His killing intent was heavy as the sacred dragon's sword shone brightly, firmly entangling the Path Lord. "Blazing purgatory!" Honglian called out from afar. She had already hurried over. The scorching godfire hairpin spat out a large amount of white flames that filled the sky, forming a huge fireball that surrounded Ruijin and the Path Lord. The terrifying temperature caused space to violently pulse. Even though the Path Lord had grasped the mysteries of the world even more profound than the Holy Emperor, he was unable to use any ability related to space to escape from this unstable space. Soon after, the scorching godfire hairpin flew into the fireball and shot toward the Path Lord with lightning-like speed. Chapter 1167. The Path Lord's face suddenly changed. He was still injured right now, having yet to recover from the wounds he had received from the barrier spirit of Mercenary City. He could temporarily protect himself against Ruijin in his current state, but he was not confident he could escape unscathed if the 3 of them attacked him at the same time. What troubled him the most was that Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu were all protected by origin energy treasures. Even someone as powerful as the Holy Emperor would struggle to injure them, and even his famed technique was unable to affect Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu, who were protected by origin energy treasures. However, their origin energy weapons all possessed origin energy. This was a great power that only experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation could wield. It was a power on another level, so even Holy Emperors would struggle to endure being injured by this power. The Path Lord became extremely stern. He used the Holy Emperor's ability to control the power of the world and sent 3 palm strikes at Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu from afar. Each palm strike possessed tremendous power and contained the mysteries of the world that the Holy Emperor had grasped. Even a peak expert at great perfection like the Holy Emperor would be as insignificant as an ant before such power. They would not be able to endure it at all. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish showed no fear. They aggressively attacked the Path Lord. Before their origin energy weapons, the Path Lord's peerlessly powerful attacks were nothing. They were all dispersed by their origin energy weapons. Without slowing down at all, the 3 origin energy weapons all shone with eternal light as they shot toward the Path Lord. Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu all hated the Path Lord to the extreme, so they used their full strength this time. The 3 origin energy weapons shot over in a triangular formation, radiating with tremendous presences that caused space to freeze. They had already locked onto the Path Lord's presence. The Path Lord struggled to maintain his composure from before. He suddenly bellowed out, "Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" Immediately, a vast and surging storm of energy erupted from his body, forming a hurricane of energy that wreaked havoc in all directions. It caused space to tremble and tear open one spatial crack after another. An extremely pure and powerful energy had condensed in his hands. He avoided the aggressive Ruijin and Honglian and took the initiative to approach Blackfish. One of his hands seemed to have fused with space, creating a dreamlike blur in the air. It seemed slow, but it struck Blackfish's machete with great speed. It was not a collision between a hand and an origin energy weapon. Instead, it struck the side of the machete with tremendous energy, knocking the machete to the side. Blackfish's arm became numb from the tremendous force. After knocking the machete aside, the Path Lord's other hand struck Blackfish's chest with lightning-like speed. Powerful energy erupted from his hand, knocking Blackfish far away. The origin energy armor on him flickered rapidly, fending off the power from the Path Lord's palm strike. The Path Lord immediately charged out through the opening. He knew that it was very difficult for him to injure Ruijin and the other 2 who were protected by the origin energy armor. He would not be able to gain any benefits if he continued fighting with his heavily injured body. At this moment, a terrifyingly high temperature swept over from behind. The scorching Godfire hairpin had already arrived behind him with a ball of terrifying white flames. His speed was extremely fast, and he was almost at the Path Lord's back. The Path Lord no longer had the time to dodge. He turned around and hurriedly struck out with his hand, controlling the energy in the surroundings to block the hairpin's attack. However, the Path Lord had only struck out with his palm strike in a hurry. It was not powerful enough, so the hairpin dispersed it like a hot knife through butter. It continued towards the Path Lord's face. The Path Lord's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his hand, a divine hall immediately flew out of his space ring. It expanded from the size of a fist to the size of a house in a single instance, blocking the Path Lord's path. In the end, the scorching Godfire heavenly hairpin struck the divine hall, erupting with a deafening boom. The entire divine hall shook violently as cracks rapidly spread out. However, at this moment, a resplendent golden light suddenly flickered behind the Path Lord. Ruijin had silently arrived behind the Path Lord at a certain time. He wielded his sword with his right hand as he formed a seal with his left hand. The sacred dragon's sword stabbed towards the Path Lord as a golden streak of light. The Path Lord was surprised when he sensed the situation behind him. Ruijin had appeared far too suddenly, and he had failed to sense him at all. He sighed inside. The various abilities and secret techniques of the dragon race really are wondrous. Although he thought about it, the Path Lord's reaction was extremely fast. With the abilities of the Holy Emperor, he directly ignored the rippling space and fused with the space there in an attempt to dodge Ruijin's attack. Secret technique of the dragon race, spatial lock. At that crucial moment, Ruijin's left hand suddenly pressed gently against the space there, causing the space before him to instantly freeze up. It became as tough as a rock. Caught off guard, the Path Lord was affected as well. He froze up and became immobilized. However, in the next moment, the Path Lord used his supreme strength to shatter the frozen space, forcefully breaking through Ruijin's secret technique. However, due to the delay, he had lost the best opportunity to dodge. Ruijin's sacred dragon's sword stabbed him mercilessly, penetrating his chest from his back. The Path Lord grunted. The feeling of having his chest pierced by the sacred dragon's sword with origin energy was definitely not pleasant. The wounds he had suffered were far greater than usual. Bang! The Path Lord kicked backwards, landing on Ruijin's chest with great accuracy. He sent Ruijin flying far away and pulled the sacred dragon's sword out of his chest. The Path Lord's white robes were already dyed red with blood. His already pale face became even paler, and his injuries became even more severe. Holy Emperor of the Humans, die! With a delicate cry, flames surged around Honglian. She made her way around the divine hall and continued to attack the Path Lord with the scorching godfire hairpin. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The Path Lord rapidly retreated as he glanced at Ruijin and Honglian with a sunken gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I hadn't been injured by the barrier spirit of Mercenary City, the three of you wouldn't have been able to harm me. However, if I wanted to leave, the three of you wouldn't be able to stop me." The Path Lord retreated again and again, no longer making direct contact with Honglian and the others. He slowly moved his hands with the profound truths of the world, as if he had established some sort of connection with the space there. The two of them resonated with each other from afar. Spatial shatter. Suddenly, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires bellowed out. Immediately, an extremely powerful force of the world surged out. The space before him began to shatter and collapse, turning into eternal darkness. There was only nothingness within. Chapter 1168. The space shattered by the Path Lord collapsed piece by piece, and the area affected grew wider and wider. From afar, it seemed like a huge black hole had appeared, preventing Ruijin, Honglian, and Black Fish from approaching it. They avoided it from afar. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires had vanished from the collapsed space filled with darkness. The collapsed space had blocked their vision. A while later, the collapsed space slowly began to recover. In the end, it returned to its original state, but the Path Lord of Carnal Desires had already vanished. "I can't believe he managed to escape," Honglian said angrily with a furious look on her face. "The Holy Emperor knows quite a few abilities. It's obviously nothing difficult for the three of us to fend off the Holy Emperor, but it'll still be difficult to kill an expert of that level. However, the Holy Emperor has already been struck by my sword. My sword pierced his chest, so he won't be able to recover in a short amount of time. Although I failed to kill him, I made him pay a certain price," Ruijin said. His voice was filled with some pity. "Let's go find Jianchen as soon as possible." He left with the people of the Protector clans. "Although we're from the same clan, all familial ties and friendships are useless before the Saint's fruit. I'm worried that he'll be in danger. He's our only hope of returning to our clansmen, so we can't let anything happen to him. At the same time, Blackfish's poison is getting worse and worse. He needs the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to heal," Honglian said sternly. Ruijin nodded. He immediately left with Honglian and Blackfish. He constantly used secret techniques to find Jianchen's traces. After Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu's departure, the scattered Holy Emperor experts in the air all sighed and left as well. Many of them were jealous, regretful, and unwilling. Many of them had been looking forward to the day when they could become an expert at the level of the Holy Emperor, standing at the apex of the pyramid and above the Protector clans. Now that they had missed out on the Saint's fruit, even they found it rather difficult to accept the great ups and downs. This was because there was not a single Holy Emperor who was not tempted by the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation. Once they reached that level of cultivation, not only would they gain unprecedented strength, they would also gain a lifespan of several thousand years. The area outside the death nest rapidly became much quieter. Most of the Holy Emperor experts had already left. Only a few of them remained, unwilling to leave. When Jianshan and the great elders of Changyang Prefecture emerged from the space gate, they were no longer in the same space. Instead, they had entered an independent miniature world. The energy of the world was extremely abundant there, and the scenery was beautiful. It was an extremely beautiful miniature world. Jianshan glanced around and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. He had been here before, so he could tell with a single glance that this was where the protector clans of Changyang Prefecture resided. Changyang Qingyun directly returned to the protector clan with Jianshan through the space gate. The space where the protector clans resided was isolated from the outside world. Under normal circumstances, the world gate would be tightly shut and completely cut off from the outside world. They could only leave through special method. Jianshan did not feel any sense of security at all when he was in a place like this. Instead, he felt a great sense of danger. The sense of danger was even more intense than when he was surrounded by the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. Jianshan's heart sank, but he did not show it on the surface. He discreetly observed the great elders beside him and discovered that they were all filled with joy and excitement from the bottom of their hearts. Jianshan could even see passion and eagerness in Changyang Qingyun's eyes. He was extremely excited. At this moment, Changyang Qingyun also looked at Jianshan. Just when he wanted to say something, Jianshan beat him to it. "Great elders, I'm very heavily injured. I need to find a place to heal immediately or there might be repercussions." Jianshan was covered in blood right now. He seemed like a bloody person. His body was covered in vicious wounds, so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a horrible sight. If it were not for his tough, chaotic body, he probably would have collapsed long ago. "Xiangtian, your wounds are just too heavy. Come with us to the ancestral hall to heal first. There are medicines stored there that can help you recover quickly," Changyang Zhu Yunkong said in concern. "Thank you for your concern, great-grandfather, but I have medicines on me, so I can deal with them myself." Jianshan's face changed when he reached there. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and weakly said, "My wounds are rapidly worsening. I can't delay any longer. I need to find a place to heal immediately." With that, Jianshan flew toward a mountain nearby while trembling. He used his emperor armament to carve out a hole and disappeared inside. Changyang Qingyun stared at Jianshan's back deeply. The light in his eyes flickered as he became uneasy. However, he recovered very soon and laughed aloud. "I never thought that the saint's fruit would end up in our Changyang Prefecture's hands. This is just far too significant to our Changyang Prefecture. Before long, a holy emperor will appear in our Changyang Prefecture. Once Xiangtian consumes the saint's fruit, he'll definitely be able to successfully break through to the level of holy emperor with his talent." Changyang Zhu Yunkong gently smiled. Changyang Zhu Yunshao faintly smiled. Indescribable pride filled his face as he glanced at Changyang Qingyun from the corner of his eyes. Changyang Qingyun's face stiffened when he heard that, but it only lasted for a split second. He recovered in the blink of an eye and smiled. "That's right. Xiangtian's talent is unprecedented, reaching such accomplishments in less than a century. I believe Xiangtian will break through to the level of Holy Emperor very soon and become a supreme expert that can deter the world." "Alright, let's stop here. We've all exhausted ourselves in the Death's Nest, so let's hurry up and recover. Right now, we need to maintain our peak condition and deal with any sudden attacks from other experts. After all, the temptation of the saint's fruit is just far too great. We need to be on guard at all times." The great elders of Changyang Prefecture all left at the same time. They all went to the ancestral hall in the center. Jianshan stood in the cave with a rather sunken face. Under the envelopment of his soul, the conversations and expressions of the great elders of Changyang Prefecture could not escape his eyes. He could clearly see their reactions. "This really isn't a safe place. Changyang Qin Yun's desire for the saint's fruit is just too great. As for the other great elders, they haven't shown it yet, but who knows what they're thinking, Jianchen sighed. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the people of Changyang Prefecture could not be trusted, including Changyang Zhu Xiao and Changyang Zhu Yun Xiao. Chapter 1169. My priority right now is to recover as soon as possible. I need to return to my peak condition in the shortest amount of time possible. Only then can I deal with the dangers that may come later. It's a pity that Ruijin and the other two aren't here. Otherwise, even if the great elders of Changyang Prefecture really do have ill intentions and want to steal my saint's fruit, there would be no need for me to fear them so much. It's a pity that my current strength is nowhere near enough to contend against them, Jianchen thought. He cast down a barrier at the entrance of the cave and entered the artifact space to heal. 2 days later, 2 days passed. During that time, everything in Changyang Prefecture was peaceful. The 7 great elders of Changyang Prefecture were recovering the saint force they had expended in the Death's Nest in the Ancestral Hall. Jianchen had also remained in the artifact space for 2 days. His wounds had already been healed by the artifact spirit, and he had returned to his peak condition. I still can't go out right now. Once I do, it's extremely likely that they'll want the saint's fruit from me. If I don't give it to them, conflict will be unavoidable. I definitely won't be able to keep the saint's fruit with my current strength, so the best method right now is to stall for time and hope that Ruijin and the others can find me in time. At that time, I won't have to fear Changyang Prefecture anymore, Jianchen thought. He was currently in the independent space of Changyang Prefecture. It could be described as the safest place, but it could also be described as the most dangerous because there was an extraordinarily powerful Emperor armament that had been passed down for a very long time. Once the Emperor armament unleashed its might, he would not be able to fend it off even with his Divine Hall and Saint artifact. Within the forbidden grounds of the Tyrant's Blade School, the 30-meter-tall wave-breaking blade hovered 3 feet above the ground with the tip pointed downwards and the hilt pointed upwards. It emitted a hazy glow. This glow was not like the glow of an ordinary jewel. Instead, it was a blade light that contained immense power. Vaguely, an extremely domineering blade chi circulated around the wave-breaking blade. The founding ancestor of the Tyrant's Blade School, Gui Haidao, sat on the hilt of the wave-breaking blade in simple robes. He was completely enveloped by the terrifying glow from the blade, so he was unharmed. It seemed like the wave-breaking blade was protecting him. Powerful and pure energy constantly surged out from the wave-breaking saber. In the end, Gui Haidao absorbed it like a whale sucking in water. His body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy entered his body, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. It would never be filled. The Emperor armaments of protector clans had always been known as forbidden weapons. They could not be touched unless absolutely necessary because they were just too powerful. They required several holy Emperor experts to work together to barely control them, and they would even suffer a backlash from the Emperor armament. Even holy Emperor experts would become heavily injured, which was more than enough to demonstrate the terror of the Emperor armament. No one had ever absorbed the energy from the Emperor armament to cultivate. Even during the glorious era when the holy Emperor experts were born, they never dared to do so. Gui Haidao was the only one who dared to do so. As the energy from the Emperor armament was constantly absorbed, Gui Haidao's presence skyrocketed at basically every moment. It was so fast that it was shocking. His strength increased extremely quickly, so he did not need to comprehend the mysteries of the world. Recovering his memories was equivalent to recovering his former cultivation level. A few figures flew over from afar before kneeling outside politely in the end. They were the great elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. All of them were dejected and gloomy. Founding ancestor, the disciples have returned. It's because of our incompetence that we were unable to retrieve the saint's fruit, an old man said humbly. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Gui Haidao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed extremely calm right now, but a sharpness was hidden deep within. It was like a blade that was filled with sharpness and a hint of dominance. He directly looked in the direction of the death nest, as if he wanted to see through space and into the distant world. It's fine. The saint's fruit isn't very important. It can indeed allow people to become emperors, but you can still break through to holy emperor without it, Gui Haidao said in an extremely calm voice. But, ancestor, reaching Saint Emperor is already extremely difficult. There's a gap in the Saint Emperors of our protector clans. We only have one Saint Emperor on the Tianyuan continent right now, and he only managed to reach Saint Emperor by forging a different path of cultivation through his own willpower, said a great elder bitterly. Gui Haidao glanced past them. The great elders all shivered inside under his gaze. At that moment, they all felt like they had been locked onto by an extremely sharp blade. They actually felt a sliver of fear from the bottom of their hearts. The great elders of the Tyrant's Blade School were utterly astounded. At the same time, they felt even more admiration and fear for Gui Haidao. They knew that although Gui Haidao had only become a Saint King recently, his true strength was no longer something that could be judged from his appearance. I can make you emperors in 100 years at most and a few decades at least. You've all been able to wait for this day, Gui Haidao nonchalantly said. However, his calm words were like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the Tyrant's Blade School's supreme elders. All of them felt that it was inconceivable. Founding ancestor, all of you are dismissed. Properly consolidate your foundations in the past few years, Gui Haidao interrupted the great elder. Yes, founding ancestor. Even though the great elders were doubtful, they did not dare to disobey Gui Haidao's orders. They all retreated politely. After they left, Gui Haidao looked in the direction of the death nest again. He murmured, "Just what is Mo Tianyan trying to do? He's actually gone to such great lengths to create the death nest. Even I cannot help but feel admiration for his method." Chapter 1170. Jianshan remained in the artifact space within Changyang Prefecture. In his eyes, Changyang Prefecture was no longer a safe place. It had become extremely dangerous. Staying there was equivalent to being trapped in this space. Without the corresponding secret technique, it was impossible for him to open the world gate. On this day, Changyang Prefecture became especially quiet. Many clansmen locked themselves up in secret rooms to cultivate diligently. They could clearly sense the abundant energy of the world outside rapidly gather in a few mountains or a few buildings. From afar, there were only a few scattered juniors cultivating in the surroundings or hiding in remote places, using battle techniques against extremely tough walls. Outside the majestic ancestral hall in the center, a seemingly old but upright figure suddenly appeared. His aura was restrained, and he looked like an ordinary old man. He was one of the 7 great elders of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Qingyun. Changyang Qingyun silently appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. His deep eyes shone brightly. He first looked around before looking at the mountain where Jianshan cultivated. After a slight hesitation, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. With a movement, he silently flew over there with great speed. In the blink of an eye, Changyang Qingyun arrived outside the cave. He calmly looked at the barrier Jianshan had cast down at the entrance of the cave as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Afterward, he changed his hand seals and used a wondrous secret technique. He actually passed through the barrier silently like he had teleported and entered the cave. He did not touch the barrier at all. After all, Jianshan's comprehension of the mysteries of the world remained at the level of saint rulers. In front of Changyang Qingyun, who had grasped many secret techniques and had reached great perfection as the Holy Emperor, Jianshan was basically useless. In the gloomy cave, the fist-sized saint artifact hovered in the air with a faint golden light. It dispersed quite a lot of the darkness in the cave. Changyang Qingyun stood before the saint artifact with his hands behind his back. He stared at the artifact in interest and frowned slightly. He murmured to himself, "I never thought that this brat would be so smart. He's actually hiding in the tower to heal. He's basically cutting off any chance of me obtaining the saint's fruit from him like that." Changyang Qingyunshin was unwilling to accept this. He constantly circled around the saint artifact as his face gradually sank. He murmured, "This tower is extremely tough. Only holy emperor-level experts can destroy it. I can't do anything to him while he's hiding in there. What should I do?" Jianshan sat on the roof of one of the majestic halls in the center of the artifact's space. His face was extremely ugly. The saint artifact had already accepted him as its master, so he had established an extremely obscure mental connection with it long ago. Although he was currently in the saint artifact, he was extremely clear about the situation outside through the artifact's spirit's assistance. Jianshan knew all of Changyang Qingyun's actions like the back of his hand the moment he entered the cave. "Humph, I never thought that Changyang Qingyun would be in such a hurry, coming to find me so quickly. I wonder just how many people are still thinking about the saint's fruit." Jianshan coldly replied. His gaze was extremely cold. He knew that if he had not hidden in the artifact's space beforehand, he probably would have been killed by Changyang Qingyun already. Changyang Qingyun paced around outside for a while before clenching his teeth. He coldly said, "Since that brat is hiding in the tower, I might as well take it away. I'll slowly think of a way to get out of here in the future." Just when Changyang Qingyun wanted to take the saint artifact away, his face suddenly changed. He glanced outside the cave before arriving at the edge of the wall in a flash. He silently fused with the rock and vanished. Before long, one of the 7 great elders, Changyang Qingjuri, arrived. Just like Changyang Qingyun, he used a secret technique to pass through the barrier and enter the cave. He lingered around the saint artifact for quite a while before his face changed in the end. He sensed that someone had arrived, so he immediately used a secret technique to hide himself in the rock. The third person to enter the cave was one of the 7 great elders, Changyang Yuanzhenghua. They all knew many secret techniques, so Jianshan's barrier was completely useless against them. Changyang Yuanzhenghua also frowned when he saw the saint artifact hovering in the cave. However, at this moment, 2 powerful presences appeared in the distance. Changyang Zhu Yunshao and Changyang Zhu Shao left the ancestral hall at the same time, directly flying toward the mountain where Jianshan was healing. Unlike the 3 people before, the 2 of them did not conceal themselves at all. They swaggered over, surprising all the clansmen in Changyang Prefecture to raise their heads. Their eyes were filled with respect. Changyang Yuanzhenghua was surprised inside the cave. It was already too late for him to leave, so he did the same thing as Changyang Qingyun and Changyang Qingjuri. He used a secret technique to fuse with the surrounding rock and conceal his presence. Changyang Zhu Shao and Changyang Zhu Yunshao arrived outside the cave at the same time. They hovered 10 meters away from the entrance as they stared at the cave deeply. They did not step in. "Looks like Xiangtian is still healing inside. I wonder when he'll be able to make a full recovery," Changyang Zhu Shao nonchalantly said. Xiangtian is also a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, so he possesses powerful Radiant Saint Force. His wounds may be very heavy, but I think he'll make a full recovery very quickly with Radiant Saint Force. "Great-grandfather, why don't you return to the ancestral hall to rest first? I'll wait here for Xiangtian to come out," said Changyang Zhu Yunshao. Changyang Zhu Shao hesitated slightly before nodding. "All right. Yunshao, you can stay here. I'll return to the ancestral hall first." Changyang Zhu Shao turned around and left while Changyang Zhu Yunshao stayed behind. He found a flat spot outside the cave and sat down. 3 meters in front of him was the barrier that Jianshan had cast down at the entrance of the cave. Jianshan murmured as he sat on the roof of a hall within the artifact space, Of the 7 great elders of the Changyang Prefecture, 3 of them have already tried to attack me while I was healing. Fortunately, Changyang Zhu Yunxiao and Changyang Zhu Xiao appeared in time, or the 3 of them would have taken the saint artifact away. Right now, Changyang Zhu Yunxiao is personally standing guard outside so that the people in the cave won't dare to do anything. Is he doing this because he already knew that the 3 of them would be here, so he's keeping them busy, or is it just a coincidence? But I still can't trust any of them right now. Jian Chen lowered his head and thought for a while before moving. He silently vanished from the artifact's space and arrived in the gloomy cave when he reappeared. He could not stay here any longer, as it was very easy for him to fall into a trap. Instead of that, it was better for him to appear before them openly. Perhaps they would be wary of him and not attack him so easily. Jian Chen stowed the saint artifact away and made his way out of the cave like nothing had happened. When he discovered Changyang Zhu Yunxiao sitting outside, a sliver of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He asked, "Great-grandfather, why are you here? Do you have something urgent that you need me for?" Changyang Zhu Yunxiao stood up and studied Jianchen. He smiled. "Xiangtian, looks like you've completely recovered. Come with me to the ancestral hall. I just happen to have some things to discuss with you." Jianchen nodded before flying toward the floating piece of land with Changyang Zhu Yunxiao. However, when they approached the majestic divine hall in the center, Jianchen stopped and said, "Great-grandfather, the scenery in the garden over there is quite nice. Why don't we go there and talk?" With that, Jianchen did not wait for Changyang Zhu Yunxiao's agreement. He directly flew toward the nearby garden. Changyang Zhu Yunxiao stared at Jianchen's back and did not become displeased at all. Instead, he faintly smiled and softly murmured, "This kid is pretty cautious." Afterward, Changyang Zhu Yunxiao flew off in the direction of the garden. Before long, Changyang Zhu Xiao, Changyang Yuan Wuji, and Changyang Qin Yunfeng emerged from the ancestral hall. They all gathered in a pavilion in the garden. "Haha, Xiangtian has done far too well this time. He actually managed to obtain the saint's fruit in front of so many experts, and he even brought it back to the clan in perfect condition. That's right. Xiangtian's performance has been far too outstanding this time. He has obtained an extremely precious saint's fruit for our Changyang Prefecture. With the fruit, the strength of our Changyang Prefecture will definitely skyrocket. Before long, our Changyang Prefecture will have a holy emperor. Xiangtian has done us a great service." Wrong. It's not just one holy emperor, but 2. We've all witnessed Xiangtian's talent. He'll probably be able to break through to become a holy emperor through his own abilities in less than 100 years. Changyang Yuan Wuji and Changyang Qin Yunfeng endlessly praised Jianchen as soon as they arrived. They constantly praised him. Changyang Zhu Yunxiao and Changyang Zhu Xiao did not say anything as they sat on the stone bench. Their faces were emotionless, making it impossible to tell what they were feeling. Jian Chen's face became rather ugly. From what Changyang Yuan Wuji and Changyang Qin Yunfeng had said, they did not treat the saint's fruit as something that belonged to him at all. Instead, they treated it as something that belonged to their clan. "Qin Yun, why haven't Juri and Zhenghua come out yet? I've already notified them," Changyang Qin Yunfeng suddenly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Changyang Qin Yun, Changyang Qin Juri, and Changyang Yuan Zhenghua appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. They flew over together,